Merry Christmas and welcome to the Rules Committee. We're thrilled to be here and want to say that we're here for consideration of two measures. The very important National Defense Authorization Act conference report, we're happy to say, and the Ways and Means measure approving the renewal of import restrictions contained in the Burmese Freedom and Democracy Act of 2003, which will allow us to address the issue of the day. Not that the National Defense Authorization Act conference report is not the issue of the moment, but the issue of the day is something else, as you all know. And we're very happy to begin with the chairman and ranking member of the Armed Services Committee. And let's begin with my good friend and California colleague, Chairman McKeon. Thank you all very much for your hard work. Congratulations on the completion of this important work product. I've read through large parts of it and just want to say that I think that you've taken on a big task and gotten a lot accomplished for what I always say is priority number one for the federal government. Everything else can be done by other levels of government, virtually everything else, but our security is of paramount importance, and thanks to you both for your very, very hard work. Without objection, any prepared statement that you have will be entered into the record, and we would welcome your summary. So, Mr. McKeon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Slaughter. This is kind of historic for me because the third congressman I ever met in my life was Chairman Dreyer, and this is probably the last time. Yeah, that was a long time ago, but probably this will be the last time I have the opportunity to sit in front of you in the Rules Committee, and I want to thank you for your many, many years of service to our great nation.
Thank you very much. You'll live to tell about it, I promise.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before this committee this evening. I'd like to begin by passing along my gratitude to everyone for their hard work and support of the conference on the fiscal year 2013 National Defense Authorization Act. In particular, I'd like to thank my partner, Ranking Member Smith, and our staff. They have done a great job, and the Senate has been a good partner on this. The NDAA is the key instrument by which Congress fulfills its primary constitutional responsibility to provide for the common defense, and this year will mark the 51st consecutive year that we've completed our work. The NDAA passed the House by a wide margin, 299 to 120, and the Senate adopted its version of the bill, 98 to 0. We've also received strong bipartisan support from the conferees, and you can see that from start to finish, this has been a bipartisan effort. Although the bill passed both chambers comfortably, the members of the House Armed Services Committee worked through some significant challenges, as can be expected from a bill of such magnitude. The bill authorizes base funding within the national budget function 050 at $552.2 billion and an additional $88.5 billion for overseas contingency operations. This funding authorization is $1.7 billion above the President's budget request, but it's below the House adopted budget resolution and the funding approved in the fiscal year 2013 continuing resolution. In fact, though our troops are at war and a significant share of our equipment inventory is exceeding retirement age, this year's funding is a reduction in real terms from last year. Recognizing the magnitude of the cut over the past year is important. We must acknowledge the significant contribution that defense has already made to deficit reduction and consider why this bill is such an important piece of legislation. The bill supports pay and benefits for our military and their families, including a 1.7% pay raise, and rejects an administration proposal to significantly accelerate increases in TRICARE pharmacy copays. Instead, we have modest increases this year in the copay for fiscal year 13 and then caps further adjustments to the annual raise of the retiree COLA. In light of large reductions to the defense budget, and noting that we must rebuild a military that's been worn thin by war and age, we've also worked to ensure that the strategic shift to Asia is viable, in part by restoring funding for at least 3 cruisers that the Navy planned to mothball decades before the end of their service life, and by supporting a full array of modernization efforts across our military services. We also recognize that the war in Afghanistan is reaching an important juncture and have used this bill to ensure that our troops have vital authorities to accomplish their mission in Afghanistan and in the broader war on terrorism. We've worked to posture our military to meet rising global challenges, enhancing homeland missile defense, ensuring our networks are safe against cyber attacks, rejecting proposals to alter the Air Force structure without significant or sufficient analysis, and implementing reforms to improve safety and security at our nuclear facilities. We've supported capabilities of our allies, such as additional funding for Iron Dome for Israel, as well as imposing a new round of sanctions on Iran, who continues to pursue its nuclear ambitions. We've also recognized the importance of improving the way the Defense Department spends money. The bill incorporates a series of measures to increase competition and innovation at the Pentagon and reducing barriers to entry for small businesses, while also working to help reduce waste and excess in their budget. This is but the tip of the iceberg for this critical bill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon, helping us to move this report to the House for a vote. I'd be pleased to answer any of your questions upon completion of Ranking Member Smith's testimony.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Dreyer, Ranking Member Slaughter. I want to echo Chairman McKeon's comments on being able to testify before the Rules Committee for the last time under your leadership. Congressman Dreyer, you have done an outstanding job in this committee and beyond that on a number of different issues. You've worked in a truly bipartisan fashion throughout my time in Congress. I know we've worked together on some trade issues and some others, and you will be missed from this body. Appreciate working with you. Thank you for your leadership. I think the chairman did a very good job of explaining the details of what's in the bill. I'd only highlight a couple of items and then turn it over for your questions. Certainly making sure that we take care of our troops and their families, top priority. The 1.7% pay raise contained in the bill is very important, as well as a variety of other programs to make sure that we support our troops and their families. I was also particularly pleased that we were able to get satellite export reform into this bill. This is an issue we've been working on for better than a decade, and being from California was a huge portion of the satellite industry. You know, since we passed a law in 1999 to place strict restrictions on the export of anything, having anything to do with a satellite, we've seen our leadership in that market go from 66% of the global market down to about 25%. That's a lot of lost U.S. jobs, but as importantly, it also undermines our national security strength. If U.S. companies cease to be the leaders in critical technology that's necessary for providing our warfighters with the best equipment possible, that harms our national security. So giving them the chance to compete fairly again is critically important. I think this bill strikes the right balance between doing that while at the same time making sure that there are adequate protections to make sure that those technologies don't fall into the wrong hands. I think that's one of the most significant things in this bill. It's going to move us in a positive direction. Also want to note that, again, as last year, we have another round of Iran sanctions. I think that's critical. Iran continues to move towards a nuclear weapon. I think the sanctions are having an impact, but we have to ramp them up as strongly as possible to hopefully get the Iranian government to change course. I compliment the chairman and the senators who worked on this to pull this together. It's always sort of thrown at us at the last minute when the Senate adds it to the bill. Not our direct area of jurisdiction, but we work closely with the key committees, and we work closely with the administration to make sure we came up with, what I think is a very good piece of legislation attached to this bill. And as the last thing that I will say, I want to thank all the various different other committees out there. Because not a lot passes in Congress now, the National Defense Authorizing Act is one of the few bills that people are confident will go through, and we've taken on more and more issues from other committees, and that really requires the leadership in those committees to work closely with us, to work closely with our staffs, to make sure that we're addressing those issues in a way that is agreeable to them. They did an outstanding job of that. And again, as always, the staffs on the Armed Services Committee, both House and Senate, did an outstanding job. Could not have produced this product as well as it was produced without their outstanding work. I thank you, yield back, and look forward to your questions.
Well, thanks to both of you, and again, it's great to see you working together as a team, coming forward with a bipartisan effort here. I always like to argue, and Buck, you began by talking about provide for the common defense. I regularly say that if you look at the preamble of the Constitution, it has a lot of very powerful things, but the 5 most important words that are unique, again, to the federal government are right in the middle, and those are provide for the common defense. And I think that whether it's dealing with Iran sanctions, working with the other committees to ensure that you address their concerns with an effort that emerged from the Senate, making sure that these families are protected, and at the same time looking at this advancement in the technological advances that have taken place are important. And so I just want to say that I think that dealing with the challenges that exist, I think that most people recognize that we live with the threat of the sequester. We've got lots of other potential problems on the horizon, but doing everything possible to responsibly come forward with a budget that will be able to be fiscally responsible as well as something I think that you all have done based on everything that I've read about, and I congratulate you for that. So I have no questions other than to say congratulations. Chairman-to-be Sessions.
Chairman, thank you very much, and a hearty welcome to both of you for joining us today. I've watched with great interest for a long period of time. I see Mr. Smith down around the building on a regular basis and try and run to stay up with him to ask continuing questions that I have, as well as Chairman McKeon knows that I've engaged him in. Great job, good product. I have 2 comments. One, which was directly brought up here, really deals with satellite intelligence. I, for the last 15 years or so, maybe quite slightly longer, I've worked with a man who's out of Denver, Colorado, Sanborn, John Koppel. Mr. Koppel sits on the Intelligence Advisory Board, does a lot of work, and I engaged him about the use of not just satellites, but how we're effectively able to stay up and be leading edge in that area, and he has coached me along the way about how we've not stayed leading edge and been a failure in this. So I really need to follow up with not just Mr. Koppel, but also probably look more meticulously at the bill and the practical application of that. I'm delighted to hear both of you, including Mr. Smith, say big area of concern after 10 years of debating it, finally got something done. Thank you very much. I'll reserve that judgment till I read it all, but I trust what you're saying. Secondly, over the years, continually going back, and Mike Thompson and now a new young member from Colorado, Jared Polis, and I have been engaged in this TBI issue, an issue that I was once again disappointed with the final response from our friends on the other side of the aisle who found a way not to sustain the market-based money of $10 million that would be available for members of the military who needed to find a way to use free market avenues to take care of themselves rather than being caught and stuck in a bureaucratic system of the Veterans Administration and the Department of Defense. Mike Thompson is frustrated. I'm frustrated. We're going to go back to work at this again, and I must confess, I'll admit I need to do a better job. Evidently, I failed to adequately address this with conferees, and so I'll accept it as my failure this year. But if you'll put that on your note that you'll hear from me again, I think it's a very important thing that we recognize that market-based answers to this TBI problem and working together with families in leading-edge institutions may be one of the ways which we can begin to address, talk about, and openly sustain better these families that are dealing with loved ones who are struggling with the effects of IEDs and other percussion instruments of war. And I am hopeful that this Department of Defense will reevaluate their commitment to making sure that this program, which they've started, that's a pilot program of addressing this, that they will take that seriously. I'll ask for a meeting again. We'll hope that happens, but I will do a better job next year and will not next year have to apologize as I do this year. So thank you for your work and you accepting us coming to you. I know Mike has done that as well as I, and we need to do a better job. So thank you very, very, very much. I yield back.
Ms. Slaughter.
May I just 1 second, or maybe a couple of seconds. One thing that we did this year that I think was, I don't know why it never happened before, but Jeff Miller is chairman of the Veteran Affairs Committee, and we had, I guess, the first hearing in history of the Armed Services and the Veterans Affairs Committee combined. So we had both secretaries there. And what we're working on is trying to get a seamless transition from full-time service to veteran service. It would seem to me that it shouldn't be that difficult, that when somebody joins the military, they have a record started, and then when they become a veteran, we should be able to pass that through. But it's been very, very difficult. But these two secretaries have tried to work on this and have been meeting on a quarterly basis. Started actually with Secretary Gates before Secretary Panetta. So it's been an effort they've been working on, and I think that's going to be very helpful to the veterans long run. But it's going to take a lot of work to make it happen. It's really hard moving these bureaucracies. And the other problem with, I appreciate you taking the blame. It wasn't your fault. A lot of it is the system. Our bill passed in May. The Senate bill didn't pass till December 5th. So we've had just a couple of weeks to do this conference. And many things that people wanted to get in, we weren't able to go through the whole process and really work all of these issues. It makes it very difficult. The number of amendments that the Senate added in their bill, and then to try to get all this put together. So hopefully we can have the Senate move a little earlier next year, and then we could get it done. Ironically, I had a call from a senator today. He was wondering if we could take this bill up tonight so we could move quicker.
Yes, sir.
On the last
Chairman, with
leg
respect
of
to that, I intend to make time my ally then, and I appreciate both of you have been, and your staffs have been very, very kind. Next time I need to be better, so I'll place the blame on myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to congratulate our colleague Tim Scott on his move to the Senate. We congratulate you and wish you the very best. And Tim, it's sort of been my experience, and when people move to Yonder Hall, they never call and they never write. And I hope you won't forget us, because it's been wonderful working with you these last 2 years.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gentlemen, you've done a wonderful job here. I appreciate it, because I want to talk about a small little part in here that means the world to most of us, the women and most of the women in the House and in the country, having to do with women in the service. You've included language that we wrote to require the Department of Defense to educate service members about the Board of Correction for Military Records. This language ensures that women and men in uniform know that this option is available if they are retaliated against or feel that they're retaliated against because they have reported sexual assault or sexual harassment. That's been really a serious problem, and we first started hearings here in the House on that in 1994. And if I could tell you how many women told us that they had to salute their rapist every morning, or how many times they would try to report what had happened to them, and the response was, "You don't want to hurt that young man's career, do you?" But times have changed, and I think you've really recognized that now, and I thank you for that. And in addition, You've included a change that I've been championing for years. 300 service women, approximately every year, become pregnant as a result of sexual assault in the military. But unlike the other federal employees, they don't have a full range of health insurance services. And you've taken care of that in this bill as well. And so in spite of all the great and wonderful, important things you've done here, you have also done some very humane things. And for that, I thank you, and I have no questions.
Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say I appreciate the hard work that these two members have done on the bill, and have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the two gentlemen who just testified. I want to thank them and their staffs for all their work. I mean, there's some good things in this bill. I clearly want to make sure we support our troops who are being put into some very impossible situations, and they deserve our support when they get over there, and they deserve our support when they get home. But, you know, and this is not a reflection on your work, but it's more kind of a philosophical observation, and that is, you know, here we are trying to figure out how to get off the fiscal cliff, and we have a defense authorization bill that I think, Mr. Chairman, you said was more than the President requested. You try to portray it as a cut, but it's still more than the Pentagon wants, and, you know, we're having discussions about whether or not to, you know, eliminate cost of living adjustments for senior citizens who are on fixed incomes and throwing people off of food stamps and all this kind of stuff, and yet, you know, this budget, we continue, I believe, to invest, you know, in many ways justifiably in some of these expenditures, and in other ways, in my opinion, not so justifiable. I guess this is a $160 million more than the President's budget requested, and you know, and I worry about the fact that there's no. As I'm reading this correctly, there's no kind of reduction in our troops. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that we're told that these two wars are winding down. You know, I hope that Afghanistan's winding down. One of my biggest fears with this administration is that they will continue this war with a significant number of our forces there for a long time to come. And I don't think Congress should be complicit in that. I believe this war should come to an end. I know there's a debate on that. The other thing is the language on Guantanamo. I mean, I co-chair the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. We do hearings every week where we criticize governments for their lack of transparency, for their lack of adherence to the rule of law, and yet, you know, we continue to kind of pursue the same old here, which I think undermines our overall standing in the world. So you know, on top of that, we fight these wars that we don't pay for. The wars are on our credit card. And I know, you know, you're not the appropriators here, but the fact of the matter is that, you know, a big chunk of our debt problem right now are two wars that were never paid for. Remember, the chairman of the Budget Committee, Mr. Ryan, came before this committee not too long ago. I asked him how much he thought these wars were cost that were on our credit card. It's like $1.3 trillion was his estimate. That's a lot of money. And so I have no criticism in the work that you have done. I have more of a criticism in the fact that we continue to go along this same course where when it comes to investing in the military budget, and we're not just talking about our troops here, we're talking a lot of expenditures that I would argue are pretty wasteful, we continue to go along. Yet when it comes to, you know, issues like protecting senior citizens on Social Security, or, you know, people on food stamps, or making sure that we extend unemployment insurance for people who have lost their work, you know, it's always a big battle here. So I think our budget is too big, to be honest with you. And with all the tough choices that are being made, I think the Pentagon could absorb a few more choices that I don't believe are that tough. So anyway, I just wanted to get my views on the record. I thank the chairman for yielding. And
Thank you. I'd like to also thank Mr. Smith and Mr. McEwen. I found out again. I think I had the opportunity of being one of the outside conferees on this committee because the Senate had a tendency of adding a lot of non-germane items I guess, their frustration of not passing anything, they found a vehicle that was the bus that would travel. And I appreciate how the House of Conferees dealt with those issues. I think, at least in my area in which I understood what was being added to it, you handled it perfectly and addressed it in the proper way. So I want to thank you for coming out with that. I think Mr. McKeon actually mentioned what has to go down as the greatest quote of this particular session, when the Senate chairman looked at you two and asked you to please speed the deliberations of the conference committee because he needed the maximum amount of time in the Senate to consider this bill. And I thought to myself, good hell, he's had it since May, and you still need more time to consider it. So I appreciate your responsive work. I am very confident, at least I think of two reasons why next year's bill will even be better than this particular year's bill. Right, Representative Nugent? Good, okay. I would ask Mr. McKeon if you could talk for just a minute about some of the issues that were just brought to you. Can you give me some kind of comparative troop levels that we have in the various services, just historically where we are with this particular authorization? On just when we're talking about the troop levels that we have, our infrastructure that is maintained in this constitutional responsibility of defense, can you just give an idea about that? Well, we have, starting with this budget, we're cutting in the next 10 years $487 billion out of defense. And then if the sequestration hits full bore, that's another $500-600 billion over the next 10 years. So about $1 trillion out of defense. It will take the troop levels, it'll take the Army down 160,000 out of the force, 40,000 out of the Marines. Takes the Navy back to the size it was, number of ships in World War I. Now, we have no argument. The ships are much more powerful now, and they can do much more, but we have not learned how to have them in two places at the same time. And with the President's shift on focus to the Pacific, we will have, we will be stretched very thin. I was looking on a globe, and the Pacific is a lot of water, and mostly taken care of by the Navy, and the Navy will be at a much smaller size. So there are real concerns. I understand Mr. McGovern's concern. We just have a different philosophical approach to this, and we could, frankly, I'd have been surprised if you hadn't mentioned the things you did. But I would like to assume or like to feel or like to be assured that you're totally correct, that we'll never need this military, but history has proven that's not what happens. And after every war, we have cut the size of the military. And what that leads to then is the next conflict, we lose a lot of people. That if we hadn't disarmed, if we hadn't hollowed out our military, we wouldn't lose as many people. And that's been proven time and time again. The start of World War II, those men that were going through northern Africa were just fodder, trying to buy time for us to start building up they were training with wooden rifles. Time for us to build up our military to where we could fight that major war. And then the same thing happened Korea. And it's not a thing that I think any of us can be proud of, to send people out to die needlessly. Anyway, I appreciate. Go ahead.
If I could, on the specific force structure numbers, I mean, where we're at heading into this fiscal year is 570,000 in the Army, 202,000 in the Marine Corps. I don't know the numbers. The Navy's not going to change substantially. I don't know the numbers off the top on the Air Force. And the plan that the President put out, his strategic 10-year vision, was to bring those numbers down 90,000 in the Army, so down to 480, and 20,000 in the Marine Corps, down to 182. And we take the incremental step this year that will begin us on that. I think it's a 5-year path to get us down to that number. Also, the Air Force I know specifically how much they've reduced the Guard by, because that's a big issue that everyone's been talking about. They proposed reducing it by 11,000 personnel. We pulled that back down to 8,800. Actually, I think that may be the total Air Force number, not just the Guard unit. So we made reductions in personnel on those sides. Historically, that still leaves us substantially above where we were pre-9/11 in terms of our force structure. Now, Mr. McKeon is right. When conflicts end, we have drawn down our forces. I'm probably a little closer to Mr. McGovern's position on the advisability of that. Yes, it's an unpredictable world, but we also have to make our budgets work. And if we wanted a military that was going to be ready for absolutely everything, we'd have about a $3-4 trillion budget. We have to make choices and balance risks, and I think this budget wisely does that.
I appreciate you talking that, especially where the focal point is. Both to have a Navy that is smaller than World War I, to have the Army less smaller than it was in World War II, and to have the Air Force at its smallest level historically ever is something that does not bode well, at least in my mind, for where we are going to be to make sure that we are prepared for the future, because, as you said, you never really know what that future may or may not be. It's also, I think, it's significant to realize that you guys have been working with budgets that have been cut over a period of time. This is not the first reduction that has been taken. Sequestration will not be the first reduction that will take place. It will be a series of significant reductions, some going back a great time period. And let's face it, in the world in which we live, not only is the military ability dependent upon how you develop for the future, but our relationships in international affairs is dependent on how you develop in the future. And that's what I think makes this budget perhaps one of the most significant, because we're not dealing with today. We are dealing with what we will be able to produce 20 years from today. And research and development becomes extremely significant, not for what we have today, but for what tomorrow will be. And that's the effort on why I think the Founding Fathers were very wise in putting so many references in the Article 1 of the Constitution that deal with the specific defense of this country. That was the number one element. And if they look back to what the United States was able to do diplomatically when the Constitution was being written, they fully recognized if the United States did not have the military capacity to enforce its diplomatic purpose, you don't enforce a diplomatic purpose. I think that's one of the reasons why the Constitution had so many references to the idea that you had to promote other things, but you had to provide for the common defense. And it was very clear in the number of specifics that Congress dealt with, the overall majority of those dealt with the defense of this country. So you're dealing with a budget that is extremely, not a budget, you're dealing with an authorization bill that looks to what our future will be, and that becomes extremely significant. Back in '89, when the Berlin Wall fell, we had a alleged peace dividend, which had a significant impact on the infrastructure of our military. In some respects, I think I could easily contend that we have yet recovered from that peace dividend, and that exacerbates all the situations which are going forward. So I want to thank you, too, for the hard work you put into this. I want to thank you for getting your work done in May. It's too bad in December we're finally finishing it up, but that's not your fault, but thank you for what you did. And I also extend my gratitude for these two men and their committees.
Let me just say that I recall at that time in 1989, a clear statement was made by the then Defense Secretary that the dividend is peace. And that was, I thought, a very healthy view on it. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I certainly want to echo what our ranking member said, Ms. Slaughter, regarding our colleague who is en route to the United States Senate, and to add my congratulations. And yeah, they're like that. That said, we probably will never see him again, as they tend to be. But, Mr. Chairman, you and my good friend, Mr. Bishop, referenced the United States Constitution, and you did so in referencing the preamble, and Mr. Bishop did so referencing Article 1 of the United States Constitution. And I guess the beauty of the Constitution allows its organic structure to be interpreted in a lot of different ways. None of us were at the Continental Congress in 1774, but they wrote for all time, I guess, for us to be able to interpret what they considered important at the time. In that preamble, they say, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense." Something must have been going on there that caused someone to feel that domestic tranquility, at least in terms of the sentence structure, took precedence over the providing for defense. I'm clearly of the mind that our two colleagues that are chair and ranking member of this committee do tremendous justice to all of us in the meticulous work that they do in presenting us with the defense authorization measure. I harken back to when I came here, two people made speeches that I still consider to be the best that I've heard on the floor of the House of Representatives. One is now the governor of Ohio, and John Kasich speaking to the budget, I consider to be one of the better speeches I've heard. The second one was by a former colleague of ours who went on to become the mayor of Berkeley, Ron Dellums. And Ron chaired the Armed Services Committee and did a job that I'm sure that those of us that were here agree that was as good as any work that was done in that committee. All the time, really not believing in war. It must have been awfully hard for him. Now it's becoming hard for me. I have voted for every defense measure that has been put forward in the time that I'm in Congress. And I've tried to make it make sense that we have a department that really plans for war and ostensibly one that does diplomacy. But too little attention, it seems to me, is given to peace. And I've tried to make sense of not the ideological or ideological differences that exist inside this tremendous body. But when you think about it, and if we ask the question, our colleague Mr. McGovern just referenced the fact that we put wars on a credit card. We didn't only put wars on a credit card. When we get to the second measure, I'll bring up the fact that we put Medicare measures as it pertains to drugs on the credit card. Something is wrong with that picture when almost the identical amount of money we're talking about that we need to provide for the domestic tranquility is the amount of money that we wasted, and I say it underscored, please, wasted in Iraq. There's no man or woman in this room that can tell me that we won anything in Iraq. We lost 5,000 of our precious people. Immense treasure from this country. All the time, some of us knowing that when we left, it would be as unstable now when we leave as it was when we went there. We didn't make friends, we made enemies. And we have people scattered all over the world. I've seen in Syria before it has exploded, the children and their mothers that fled Iraq. I've seen them in Syria. I've seen them in camps in Jordan. And somewhere something is wrong with that. You're not going to make no friend with a bomb. on a child's head. And that's why I believe this domestic tranquility that they talked about especially needs to be taken in context. In today's world, how can we sit here talking about preparation for war and consider that to be the topic of the day along with a measure dealing with money? That's the topic of the day. It's not the topic of the day. The topic of the day is what should we be doing to provide for the domestic tranquility, which would include, of course, us talking about guns in a sensible way in this country, not the ones that we may or may not need in the future. Footnote there, the reference about previous military preparation and the number of persons that were in the Army and Navy and Marines and Air Force at a given time. We've killed more people with drones than we have with people here recently, and I would imagine technologically we are moving in that direction. But I can't sit here or be in this body and feel that I'm doing all that my constituents and this nation expects of an individual of Congress, and to move as if it's just regular order from the killing of children in our own country to be talking about war materiel when in fact we are not really addressing the issue of the day. I leave that with you, but I do have questions. I want to know, in an era where technologically we are moving so swiftly and so few of us have a grip on it, in this particular measure, gentlemen, the House provision on offensive cyber operations was not included. If I'm correct about that, why? When we know that we have almost an incapability of the moment to be able to address the cybersecurity problems that those of us that are conversant with the issue know are on the way. So how could you leave it out?
Well, obviously, we supported it on the House side. We put it in the House version. The Senate disagreed with it. The Department of Defense disagreed with it. They didn't think that they needed that particular authority. They felt like they had the authority to deal with that. We disagree. We want to give them that authority. There are many other issues on cyber that are at least as important as that. One is, the sharing of information. We've got to get to a place where we can do that. The other critical issue is requiring those people who contract with us on DoD and classified information to meet certain minimum standards of cyber protection. That's what's been the hang-up on this side in the Senate, is not allowing for that regulatory approach. But we were supportive of that.
I hear you.
Did not prevail upon the Senate.
Yeah, but you do agree with me that it is a major issue. Perhaps our colleague, Mr. Scott, will go over there and straighten it out. That said, I am just wondering how you all feel, the two of you, about what this bill does regarding Afghanistan.
I didn't think the language was as strong as I personally wanted it, and I think Mr. McKeon thought it was stronger than he wanted it. That was the nature of the compromise. What I want to see us, in an accelerated drawdown, because I think, militarily we've done what we can do, and the sooner we can responsibly leave, the better. Ultimately, the bill pretty much endorsed the President's plan of, ending major combat operations by January 1, 2015. So it didn't do much substantively in terms of changing policy.
I would agree with that. I think the President has stated that the troops will be withdrawn 2014, and we basically, as the Commander-in-Chief, left it up to him to carry that out. He is supposed to, or I think plans on giving us numbers right about now as to how that troop reduction will be, if there will be any residual troops left behind. I know that as I've spoken to the commanders in the field, they will pass their recommendations up through the chain of command, and then the president will announce that. And then by the end of the year, he's supposed to, or plans on giving us the numbers and how he will draw them down. So we're just waiting to hear from.
Well, I appreciate the two of you and the fact that you figured that it should be stronger. I certainly did. I'll make your prediction, and none of us are prescient, but I'll make your prediction as I did before we went into Iraq, that we will have wasted an awful lot of precious time and money trying to change something that is incapable of being changed at this point with the kind of material that we put there. And I'll make you an additional bet that after 2014, there will be forces in Afghanistan. I'll make you another bet that pretty doggone soon we may require forces again in Iraq. And it wasn't easy for some of us to see, but it was easy for those of us that served on the Intelligence Committee and some of us that have paid attention to this stuff like you all have, to know what was coming. We're not going to solve the problems in this world by providing for the defense and ignoring, in many respects, the domestic tranquility and letting the defense part in all of this discussion about the fiscal cliff, all of it. Hardly anybody has raised how much money is wasted at the Pentagon. And it needs to be dealt with. And that's an entirely different proposition than taking care of the troops or ensuring that veterans are assured. I can tell you that we are wasting money. All you have to do is look at the Ford Carrier, and in your lifetime and ours, it has jumped $1.1 billion in just a short period of time. Why? Because some contractor sat around and manipulated numbers. And if we don't build it soon, and I'm for building the Carrier, I'm for building more than one Carrier. But I'm not for us just doing it and having people arbitrarily draw numbers out of the sky the way seatmates on the airplane with me who talk about their contracts with the Pentagon change just in a heartbeat from 25 million to 15 million and feel like they've satisfied requirements. There's something drastically wrong with our thinking, and therefore I'm disheartened today, not by your work, but I'm disheartened by this institution not being willing to make the order of the day be the children that just got killed and what we need to do about it, not crazy gun control, but what we as human beings need to do to sit down and talk about this issue in a meaningful way that may be able to help this nation get through the next crisis. I refuse to sit here a single other time or let a day go by that I don't bring up the loss of those children and the loss of people in Aurora and the loss of people in Blacksburg and the loss of people at Virginia Tech. And if we can't address that, we ain't worth our salt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whittle. No questions. Ms. Close. Thank you.
I wanted to ask, philosophically, of course, share some of the concerns of the gentleman from Massachusetts and the gentleman from Florida. What I want to ask about is how we kind of look at the cost-saving potential of new technology in the military. I mean, we have, something like this today is, iPad that can cost a few $100s. It has more capability than something that costs, tens of thousands of dollars a decade ago, and wasn't that long ago that you had to have a briefcase phone, and the military had those because they needed them, but they were very expensive, and now they're not. So the question is, as we can achieve the same capabilities for less, is there a built-in incentive structure in the military to do that? And like another, a latter-day example would be with drones. The unmanned aircraft must have some capability overlap with manned aircraft. Obviously not 100%, we still need manned aircraft, but there's a certain subset of missions and capabilities that unmanned could take on at a fraction of the cost. So I'm wondering, is the military under a directive if they can achieve the same capabilities for less to do so? And if not, how can we in the future work together to ensure that that occurs?
It's kind of a catch-22. Technology, computer companies keep their prices about the same from year to year, but give you a lot more for your money. But they're constantly, I mean, you can't keep up with technology. If you bought every new phone that came out or every new computer that came out, you're constantly chasing that. That's one of the things that's driven some defense spending up. Because by the time you go through all the planning to build a plane or to build a ship or to build a truck, technology changes. And the desire to always have the latest, most up-to-date computer in an aircraft drives the cost. And we've tried to change some of that thinking to where good enough is good enough, instead of always having to be the very single, latest, because it just pushes the cost. And talk about the cost going up of a aircraft carrier. That's one of the reasons that's happened. If any of you have ever built a home, anybody here build a home? Ever?
Not that crazy.
Ever put in a change order? As soon as you do that, the cost changes, and I've been through that wonderful experience. And so what you start out building, your mind, you change your mind along the way, or the contractor in wanting to deliver the best home possible to you, points out along the way that you can get a little better door, or you can get a little better cabinet, and you find out that drives the cost. So we have found, and we've eliminated, and we've cut out a lot of programs over the last few years that spent money to get them to that point. Presidential helicopter spent millions getting that to the point where it would be satisfying for the president, and that's been eliminated, and that's billions of dollars gone. A Marine expeditionary vehicle spent millions over 20 years. It's gone, and we've learned from those lessons. They're very expensive lessons.
But if I could, on the technology piece in particular, we're doing better. We're not anywhere near as good as we need to be. And there's a couple of keys to it. The biggest key to it is program managers. The more effective program managers you have who make the decisions on what to buy, what's good enough, that is a big key. The other key is, as Mr. McKeon pointed out, we have to be realistic about what we want to build. And we can't keep going, well, we like this, and then you see something new. Well, let's add that. Let's add the other thing. Let's add this. Let's get up to that capability. And I think there is a recognition within this Pentagon that we got to stop doing that we have to understand what's good enough to understand the cost of going beyond that. The other one little piece of it that is important is relying more on commercial off-the-shelf technology. We have various provisions in this bill and have in previous years to move us in that direction, because one of the other technological problems we have, and I'm going to go ahead and cite the example of the Jitters radio. We awarded the contract for the Jitters radio in 2004. This is radio for soldiers, infantry, to be able to communicate. They just started producing them 6 months ago, 12 months ago. So for 8 years, we had a program of record that was fiddling around and not producing anything. Meanwhile, we're buying new radios. We weren't using the same radios that we used back in 2004. We'd updated them and used what was commercial off the shelf. And now, about the time that this is done, we're now, I think, wisely going to compete this, which is something we should have done in the first place. The program of record can be a big enemy in all of this. You award that contract, and then the company can go out and play with that money for as long as they want to play with it. I think we need to reduce the number of programs of record, empower our program managers to buy the best commercial off-the-shelf technology as they go forward, and that'll save us a lot of money. But that's going to be a constant fight and a constant battle, not just for the Department of Defense, by the way.
Yeah, and I have no doubt that obviously the folks in the Pentagon look at capabilities as a key criteria and back into what they need from there. But I think it's also important to look at cost as a criteria. Obviously, need to meet the capabilities they need to meet, but sometimes there are different ways of doing them. And in fact, it might even involve, as I said, an example with unmanned aircraft, there might be some subset of missions that we currently rely on manned aircraft for that we could do for less money.
And if I may say, the
unmanned.
special ops folks have done really good on that. In building a new ISR platform, they went out and they simply bought the cheapest commercial aircraft they could find and then put the gadgets in it. Because, they had to do it. So I think that innovation is happening. It's just not happening as much as it
And that's great, and that was great thinking that team did, so hopefully that can be rewarded within the institution of the military, thinking like that, instead of just overspending the money that we have to find for them here.
And we're focused on the military, but this is across the government, and it's across any bureaucracy. That just is inherent in the nature of the thing. And we could go, I'm also on the Education Committee, we could go to the Department of Education and find wasted money. It just happens when you add more and more people to get something done, to get it approved, to get it through the process.
No doubt across government. I do think it would be particularly significant in the military. This is a more hardware intensive endeavor, and if you look at something like education, as you know, from being involved, most of the money basically pays people's salaries. Now, you could argue some of them are not helping and some might be hindering, but, here we're talking about, yes, there's a salary component, but you're talking about a lot of advanced equipment and technology and contractors. I mean, it's a different challenge than some of the other smaller agencies. It's as was quoted in our Constitution, I mean, it's very central to the country. It's nearly half of, domestic expenditures. So it's a very significant endeavor. And hopefully, again, as we meet the capabilities we need, those making the decisions every day can have the right incentive to do it in the most cost-effective way possible.
Let me give you an example. I was meeting with a CEO of a large company, and he said in one of his facilities, he has 200 people from the government watching what they do all day, every day, to make sure they don't cheat the government. And so he has to hire 200 people to watch them and answer their questions. And I said, if we didn't have those 200 people in there, and you didn't have to hire those 200 people, how much do you think you could steal from us? It would be cheaper to let somebody steal a little bit than to spend the money that we spend to make sure they don't, because most people basically are honest.
And my comments were not about waste, fraud, and abuse, although I think we can all agree that exists, and as you mentioned, there's a trade-off in enforcement, and that's across all government agencies. Rather, it was about, generally speaking, technology or new methodologies that can achieve capabilities at a cost savings, and having the right incentive structure to ensure that decision makers are rewarded for meeting the same capabilities for less, rather than doing the easy thing, which is just meeting them for the same cost if they feel the money's there. Of course, we have to find it; they don't. So that's the challenge. Waste, fraud, and abuse is a separate set of issues. So just to be clear, and I mean also a very valid point. Obviously, over enforcement, you have to look at the trade-offs with the costs of that. We look at that with the IRS and tax collection as an example as well. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, if I may, just a point of personal reference to our good friend, Mr. Scott, who is going over to our trust body. We want to make sure that the hearing aid...
Beat him with a blunt object.
Because it's a man's shoulder. So we know when he goes to the Senate, they don't do a whole lot. So we want to make sure he stays toasty and warm. So there's a shawl that you can wear. It's a sweat shawl.
You can.
Well, gentlemen, yield.
You don't have to.
I also want to wish my colleague well and say perhaps with his absence from this august body, the Republican baseball team will have a chance against us next year.
He can still play. He's in the Senate.
Please let the record reflect senators are invited to the ball game.
But in all honesty, I just want to thank Tim for being here on the Rules Committee and being seatmate next to me. We've absolutely enjoyed this. And I think the Rules Committee probably has prepared him now somewhat to go over to the Senate. He has figured out how to get stuff done here. Maybe he can bring that over to the Senate. We'd appreciate it. But changing subjects, I do want to thank the chairman and Mr. Smith for your hard work in the conference, but also getting this done back in May, and then what you had to do just recently to make it right. And it means an awful lot. There's a lot of questions come up, and I know Mr. Polis had talked about technology. I'll just give you just a personal point on technology. Every time I was sheriff and we had 500 employees, obviously nothing like Department of Defense, but every time somebody would come in and say, we can save a bunch of money with technology. What we found out, in reality, it typically cost us more. While we could eliminate a position on this side, we had to increase our cost in equipment, and like you said, the technology keeps changing. So you're sort of chasing your tail a lot of times. But one of the things that I've seen with, at least in the VA, we did a hearing down in Orlando, and I worry that all of our government contracts are similar to this, but they have a hospital that they still can't open after 2 years, and they've had so many change orders in that hospital, which I think would probably go along with what happens in DOD, where they put up walls and the hospital's not even open yet, had to tear walls down, had to cut concrete to put in different conduit because they kept changing the specs. While we all want the best, sometimes, we got to make sure it's adequate to get the job done. And we can't always meet that expectation. One question in regards to the DOD budget. What percentage, or do you have the percentage breakdown of our personnel cost in whole of our budget for DOD? Do we have any idea what it's
About a third, is that right?
Third.
Yeah.
So 2/3 is equipment. And
Now it's a bunch of stuff, but yeah.
right. And operations and housing and
Equipment's about a third, operations.
okay. So as you look forward in Armed Services Committee, and I think, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned it, we haven't done a real good job typically of anticipating what the future is going to bring. We hear a lot about what our future engagements may be, but I don't know that we've done a great job of actually anticipating it. And I know that Mr. Smith said, to cover everything it'd be a $3 trillion budget, and I agree. But I want to make sure that we're covering the specifics that we know, at least the threats that are currently out there, and I think we are. Obviously, more money would be one issue, but I think that you have to live within a budget and get things done. What concerns me is when 9/11 occurred, and we ramped up to go into Afghanistan, and then, the incursion then into Iraq, we put our troops in a real difficult position in regards to deployments, where we had to extend enlistments involuntarily, but also put our troops out there, in the Army in particular, for 15-month deployments in combat. What was the troop strength prior to 9/11? Do we have a number on that? 480. So we're going to go back to 480.
We're on roughly, once you get done with what the president has proposed, it would take us back roughly to what the troop strengths were pre 9/11. Yes.
When we're hearing, I think it was just sequestration. We'll take it. Sequestration, obviously, is
Be more.
another animal. So I'm concerned that, end of the day, technology is great, but it really does take boots on the ground in almost every situation. And so I just want to make sure that that in our zeal to cut, that we don't cut the readiness, that is the training and the equipment for those guys and gals that are out there on the front line.
And I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
Well, at the risk of diving into the next panel, I do think it is necessary to raise the revenue necessary to support what it is that you want to do with your government. We've had this argument many, many times in the Armed Services Committee. It's a pity Mr. Forbes isn't here to come back at me, as he always does. But, you know, if we're not willing to raise taxes to pay for it, then it's all just sort of prattle when you talk about what it is you want to fund and how terrible it is that we're not funding it. Got to make a choice here. And believe me, that applies also to other areas of spending. You know, but we've got to get off of this situation where we seem to think that we can promise the American people $2 of goods and services for every dollar in taxes that we say we're going to raise, and somehow also promise that we're going to balance the budget and be surprised that that situation doesn't work out. We've got to balance that out, and I think we're in a real pickle right now because, you know, we don't have the political support for the revenue necessary to support the programs that the political support is for. And that's a nationwide problem that's going to wreak havoc for some time to come in a number of places. And Department of Defense is one of them. They're staring down the barrel of sequestration because of it.
I have no further questions.
Well,
Mr. Chairman?
when he says we've had these arguments,
Right.
My feeling is, on the Armed Services Committee, I think we're not, the President gave a speech and changed our strategy that we've had since World War II, without any hearings or without any input, just basically changed the strategy.
That's really not true. I'm sorry, but I mean, he had like a year's worth of meetings with all of the top military people and a whole lot of other people and a whole lot of outside experts. So he didn't just wake up one morning and say, we're going to do this.
Mr. Chairman.
It's a little more involved.
We look at that a little differently. But what I would approach it from, if you know, if we could be like king for a day, the way I would do it is first look at all of the threats that we face around the world. Then I would develop a strategy to meet those threats, then develop a budget to meet that strategy. And then you'd have to say what risks you want to take. There was a lot of misinformation that went out about Benghazi. And I heard things that we could have had a plane there in an hour, and we could have had troops there very shortly in time to help them out. No, we couldn't. We didn't have them in position to where they could do that. And we cannot, given the budget that we have the ability to be at all places and all times to cover all contingencies. We don't have that. So we're going to have to decide as a nation what risks we're willing to absorb. And my difference with the administration is they put the money out and then said, build a strategy that you can afford with this amount of money. That's where we are.
So I just make one quick comment on that. First of all, the first thing that you described about, you know, what are the threats, build a strategy, that is exactly what the President did in building his strategy, with one exception. He also factored into that strategy what resources were going to be available to meet it, which is, you know, people act like, well, you can't have a budget-based strategy. You have to consider what the needs are. It's like, unfortunately, there is not an infinite amount of money in the world. And I have been involved in a number of private and personal enterprises. I have yet to be involved in one where the finite number of the resources available to you was not part of the strategy that you put together. I mean, we can all imagine a world where people are just going to throw money at us and we're going to be able to do whatever we want to do. That's not the world we live in. Not anymore, anyway.
Well, I do agree and disagree. And I can only go back to personal experience in my past life. I see the Armed Services Committee as being one to, let me back up. I didn't start out as sheriff with a set dollar amount and say, okay, this is how I'm going to run a sheriff's office, how I'm going to meet the threats of the day. If I did that, I would never have been successful in what I did. You have to talk about the threats that you're facing. You have to figure out the personnel and the equipment that you need to address those threats. Then you'll get back to budgeting. But the threat assessment is the first thing you have to do. And then you come back with a budget, and you may have to then realign your budget and say, you know, there's areas, like the chairman mentioned, that maybe we can forestall this, but we have to do this because we have an immediate threat. And to do it otherwise, in my estimation, is kind of backwards. If you just take dollars, then what we do is typically we're not very efficient when we just have a pot of money and we say we're just going to use this pot of money and do what we can, because typically we don't force the tough decisions in regards to what we actually have to get done. I think the Constitution, you know, we've heard a lot, and I appreciate Mr. Hastings' take on it, but at the end of the day, this country does nothing. This country provides no programs and no services if we're not here to do it. And if we don't meet the external threats that are out there today, all the good and great intentions that we have and the people we want to help, we're not going to be able to do it. And one last thing, reference to the overwhelming incident that occurred up in Connecticut. I will tell you just very quickly is that the focus needs to be on our people here at home. The focus needs to be on the mental health component in regards to how we get to where we get when you have people that would injure and kill children in all the mass shootings that we've had. Take the gun component out of it. It's the mental health capacity that we're absolutely ignoring in this country. We spend billions of dollars overseas giving it to people that absolutely hate us. And instead, why don't you redirect that to people here for the mental health capacity so we don't have additional incidents like we just had. Whether it's with a gun or a bomb, Timothy McVeigh, typically, think about it, he used things that are commonly available to kill hundreds of people. And it's about that issue that I would like to see us talk about in the near future, and I yield back. Absolutely.
My point was not just zeroing in on one aspect. I agree with everything that you said regarding what needs to be addressed. What I was saying was that we need to have a discussion, and that discussion is more important than the one that we have had here, including things that I've said in the time that I've taken.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Alcee. Do you have a receipt?
Is it too small?
I yield back.
Mr. Webster. Gentlemen, thank you both very much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The hearing, I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Jackson Lee, thank you. Sorry, it's the first time ever that I didn't notice you were in the room. So welcome, and thank you very much for joining us. Without objection, any prepared remarks that you have will appear in the record in their entirety, and we would love to hear your summary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and with a quiet, peaceful attitude, I will be as brief as I possibly can on my comments on the NDAA. I thank both the ranking member and the chairman, and acknowledge that all of us will have a good friend in the Senate, and congratulate Mr. Scott as well for what we would call ascending. Congratulations to you. I want to quickly speak to an issue and maybe comment on the conferee process, and again to thank the House. And this may not be related to the issues of war and peace and our posture in Afghanistan and Iraq, but it does relate to our military personnel. And so I would like to continue to make sure that defense authorization is open to something that I think is extremely important. I heard the number that 1/3 of the funding is for military personnel. I introduced, with bipartisan support in the NDAA, an amendment dealing with the Office of Health of the Department of Defense and working with the collaboration of the National Institute of Health relating to triple-negative breast cancer. And it was specific in its requests without excessive funding. In fact, it obviously did not call for funding, but it did call for identifying genetic and molecular targets and biomarkers and clinical trials. The Defense Department has been very helpful in the past in being an innovator on issues dealing with the men and women of the United States military. As we increase our numbers of women in the United States military, I thought this was particularly important, and I just offer these few points. Triple-negative breast cancer cells are usually of a higher grade and size, onset at a younger age, more aggressive and likely to metastasize, and African American women in particular, but other women, Hispanic and also Caucasian women, are less likely to survive 5 years after breast cancer diagnosis if they're diagnosed with triple-negative. In the Senate's wisdom, they were baffled by this amendment. I hope to have more opportunity on the floor to help educate people about this disease that is not really understood. And I was glad to have the conferees find a good compromise that really speaks to the men and women in the United States military, since breast cancer is not discriminatory with respect to men or women. So there's a section 737 that is quite detailed, that takes a study amendment and law amendment that was in the House, since, as I understand it, it allowed the House to push to compromise this language. And it speaks specifically to the women, and I wanted to bring your attention to it, so that as the Rules Committee, it is likewise on the record that there are valuable utilizations in the Defense Authorization Bill, but this goes on to specifically point to a study to determine the number of members of the armed forces who serve on active duty who are diagnosed with breast cancer. It goes on to talk about demographics, breast cancer treatments, availability and training, quite extensive comparison of the rates of members of the armed forces, identification of potential factors, description of research, and assessment of the effectiveness of outreach to members of the armed forces, recommendation for changes to policy or law that would improve the prevention, early detection, awareness, and treatment of breast cancer among members of the armed forces. That speaks to the preparedness and our commitment to the personnel of the United States military. I conclude by saying there is a requirement of a report. And I hope, as I make this case on the floor with some limited time by the managers, that we will have a Defense Department that will look in the fine print, if you will, and in this very good study that I hope will be of great importance to them, because there is certainly no protection to men and women in the military from the diseases of the civilian population, that they will look at the fine points of triple-negative breast cancer, which, while a person is in active duty, before they can secure treatment, if not diagnosed, they have a shortened lifespan than other diagnoses. So my point here today is to mention the conferee's response, reaction to something that I believe, to the Rules Committee, was an important element, was an amendment process, and we had hoped that it could be pointed out specifically, but we have a compromise here that I think is an important contribution to this authorization bill.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson-Lee. Thanks for coming before us to make that point. Are there any questions for Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Fox? Okay. Any questions at all? Thank you very much for being here. We very much appreciate it. And that will conclude the hearing for consideration of H.R. 4310. And now we will proceed to the work of the Ways and Means Committee, and we're very happy to have Ms.
No, I certainly want the gentleman to be seated, but...
We're very happy to have before us the distinguished, and I'm happy to say very healthy chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. We're ecstatic about that great news. And the equally healthy and robust ranking member of the Committee on Ways and Means. And without objection, any prepared statement that you have will appear in the record in its entirety.
If I could be recognized
Ms.
before we
Slaughter.
start. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There's been so much confusion today about what it is we're doing here tonight. I'd like to try to clarify some of that before the hearing, if we may. I know this was filed last night about midnight. We were somewhat perplexed by it, frankly, when all it did was raise taxes and no concurrent spending, which is all we've heard, and all this debate about the fiscal cliff, that there would be no tax increases without more cuts in spending. And so we have this bill with us tonight. It does nothing about the fiscal cliff. It does nothing to stop sequestration. It says about 10 days from now, because of our inaction, that we will see 50% cut in both domestic spending and military spending with practically no action whatever by this Congress. And we simply don't know why we're doing this. We know that the President does not support what's happening here. Democrats in the Senate, in fact, the majority leader in the Senate has said, don't send that thing over here. The Democrats in the House certainly don't support it. And later this afternoon that we heard that not even enough Republicans supported it. We've seen the Speaker on television at least 3 times today. First, he just announced that he was going to pass it tomorrow, even though we know it's not going anywhere because the Senate has already denied it, the House room. And then later, we heard that he said that he was just going to throw it out there and see what happens, win, lose, or draw. And I think, the question I want to ask is why in the world we're doing it. But the point I want to stress is that we're really annoyed about doing it. We know that this is some kind of show. We're not clear exactly why. I don't know whether you're even going to go through with it tomorrow. As a matter of fact, we wonder if we're going to go through all this tonight and sit here for long hours and hear from a lot of people, only to have this withdrawn tomorrow. But what a colossal waste of time. And for those of us who've been writing constantly to the leadership, asking why we can't do something about the Farm Bill, why we can't do something about all the other legislation that's just simply lying around, reauthorization of violence against women, which is critical to the women of the United States and to the families that they live in, and yet we stand here and then tonight we come up with this, which makes absolutely no sense. So my question to you is, do you plan really tomorrow, because we've also heard the rumor that we would only get half this bill tomorrow, and that would be raising the amount of money for the tax up to $400,000, which was the President's recommendation, or that you would eliminate that and only go to the million and above. So if you would answer that question before we start this hearing, I'd be most grateful to you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you very much for your...
Oh, excuse me, I did forget. I've got to put the administration statement. Let me just add a little piece here about what the administration says, and obviously they're going to veto it if it should get there, but we know it won't go to the Senate. But what the administration says that they strongly oppose it. It continues the large cuts for very wealthiest individuals. And the House amendment would immediately cut off unemployment assistance to 2 million Americans struggling to find a job. In critical tax incentives for the nation's businesses, such as the research and experimentation tax credit. Cut reimbursements for doctors treating Medicare patients. The deficit reduction is minimal, accomplished solely through tax increases with no spending cuts. This approach does not meet the test of balance. So I'd like to ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, the statement of administration policy will
and say again that since sequestration
appear in
has
the record.
followed us since last summer, worrying about it every day, the fact that we are doing this charade tonight that does absolutely nothing to stop sequestration defies belief. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Slaughter. I think that rather than my responding, I think that I'm happy to say that It's obvious that there are negotiations taking place between the Speaker of the House and the President of the United States on this very important issue. I think that most members...
Would you yield?
Sure.
Are they going on? Are they continuing? Do you know?
Well, I know that the President of the United States and the Speaker of the House of Representatives have spoken within the last couple of days.
They have that, but that was before this was filed last night at midnight. If you know where the status is right now, those negotiations, we would love to hear it.
Well, I mean,
Does this cancel
they may be
out
talking
like
at this
that?
moment, for all I know. I can't say that I know when they had their last conversation.
Well, it was Monday, according to the press.
Yeah, no, I know. I said that was just, a couple of days ago. Today's Wednesday. That's the day before yesterday.
Well, we're running out of time, Mr. Chairman. I mean, this is an absolutely critical issue here. I mean,
Well, if we're running out of time, why don't I recognize the
economy,
distinguished
what we
chairman of the
could throw
Committee
us
on
back
Ways and
into.
Means and the ranking member to offer their testimony of the proposal
Well,
that is for us.
I
Mr.
need to
Kemp.
know from the Rules Committee if you plan to go through with this, and if what I want to know more than anything is, will they continue with the two amendments? Will there be only one amendment? And what do you expect that this will look like by
Let me just
tomorrow?
say that...
And are we going to be coming back and changing it?
Okay. Let me just say that the Rules Committee is going to work its will. We have yet to put together the final work product. We have an opportunity for a hearing. And after we complete the hearing, we're going to mark up the rule, and we will
That's
see...
the rule from last night, the file rule from last night. They've not changed that.
We're going to proceed with the hearing, and then we're going to have the rule. I'd like to proceed with the hearing if we might.
I understand
Mr.
that.
Camp,
and so
I'd like
would
to
I.
recognize
And
Mr. Camp.
I'm sorry,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Camp,
Thank you.
because let me also add my great good.
Oh, well, thank you.
Feeling really good about seeing you looking so
Appreciate
healthy.
it. Thank you very much.
But we do still want to know what it is we're doing here
Well,
tonight.
thank you, Mr.
Maybe
Chairman.
can tell us, Mr. Camp.
I'm here to discuss legislation that's really a direct result of actions that we're taking while Speaker Boehner and the President continue discussions on ways to avoid the fiscal cliff, to protect middle-class families, and to get our economy back on track. Republicans believe in a balanced plan that will reform our broken tax code, cut spending, and begin to solve the debt problem that threatens our country's future. But we also believe in taking the steps necessary to ensure that we'll provide meaningful tax relief for middle-class families and small businesses. The actions we take under this amendment mean that there will be a nearly $4 trillion tax cut compared to current law, so that more money stays in the pockets of middle-class families and millions of small businesses provide jobs on Main Street. The legislation provides much-needed certainty to families and job creators by making permanent the following tax rate cuts: the 10, 25, 28, and 33% rates, and the 35% bracket for incomes up to $1 million, protecting over 700,000 small businesses from the President's tax rate increase. And I do have a letter from the National Federation of Independent Business supporting this amendment and this approach that I'd like to put into the record. The legislation will also make permanent a number of tax policies originally enacted in 2001 and 2003 and then extended in 2010, and I'll briefly describe what this bill does. The legislation makes permanent income tax rates for incomes under $1 million, current estate and gift tax at 35% rate, at a 35% rate, and a $5 million exemption indexed for inflation. Section 179 expensing for small businesses at $250,000, indexed for inflation. The AMT patch, which the IRS told us today we must patch, or else more than 100 million taxpayer refunds could be delayed. And I also have a letter from the IRS acting commissioner that I'd like to put into the record. And that 100 million taxpayers, there are only 150 million filers. So if we don't act on the AMT, that will impact a significant number of refunds. Parity for capital gains and dividend tax rates, preventing dividend taxes from going to a 39.6% rate, and various family-friendly tax incentives for activities such as higher education and adoption. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Levin.
First of all, let me express what you did to our colleague David.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Sandy.
Which we did personally. Also, to say to Representative Scott, I do hope you'll return your phone calls as a senator. I know at least one who does. and I hope you'll follow his example. Now and then, anyway, he calls me back. You know, as I sat here listening to the defense authorization discussion, which a number of senators worked on together on a very bipartisan basis, the chairman and the ranking member, I was struck by how opposite is the proceeding on this bill. This bill is supposed to be Plan B. I think B stands for backwards. And I was thinking, as I was listening to the discussion on the authorization Defense Department, I really think that if the Republicans proceed with this bill, it's a recipe for potential disaster. I think it moves us closer to the cliff and going over it. The notion that you'll end the tax for income over $1 million, but nothing below. The result is a revenue increase that is only about a third of what the Speaker has talked about. And what it results in for income over $1 million is a tax cut of about $50,000, because all the income below $1 million isn't touched. The tax cut is continued. And it means, therefore, not only a loss of revenue, but also, I think, unfairness. At the same time, this bill would end the improvements in 3 provisions that affect 25 million households in this country. And what you have is a reduction in the support for education, for the child tax credit, and for the EITC. And just unbelievably, it's silent on unemployment insurance. As of December 29, 2 million people are going to lose their federal benefits. It's silent on SGR, and it's also silent in terms of issues like research and development. So, what's the purpose for it? I think a lot of people have been trying to figure it out. And I think, and I close with this, what I think it is an effort to kind of pass the buck without facing up to the need to find the bucks in terms of a balance of tax increases and spending cuts. There's nothing in here about spending cuts. Zero. So you have a shortfall in revenues, only a third of what the Speaker has talked about, and you have zero in terms of where the spending cuts would come from, and an increase in taxes on 25 million hardworking families. So, if this is an effort to pass the buck, I think it's playing with fire. We're 12 days away from the end of the year. We're 12 days away from going over the cliff. And instead of there being further discussions, instead of there being a further effort at bipartisanship, I think this is an effort to duck the issues, to maybe hope to pick up a few Democrats and say it's bipartisan. I think what's going to happen is, if you bring up the Senate bill, you will have unanimous Democratic support, and you'll probably defeat it. And then the rumor is you'll bring up this bill that is a subterfuge and hope that you can find the votes within your conference to pass it. And we're doing that 12 days before the cliff. It's a serious mistake. I don't think you call the shots. The same is true in your conference, I think, as in the Democratic caucus. This Rules Committee is essentially a leadership committee, right? Everybody on here is appointed by the leadership. And my hope as I finish is that the leadership on the Republican side will pull back, decide this is a ploy that isn't going to work, that will only make more difficult what is needed, and that is a bipartisan, balanced package of revenues, taxes, and expenditures that can save this country from very serious economic consequences. Serious economic consequences. Thank you.
Well, thanks to you both for being here, and let me just say that obviously this is a challenging time for us. As you both have pointed out, we have 12 days to go. Negotiations are underway. The House has yet to specifically speak on this issue, and I think that the plans that are on the horizon are designed to make it clear, as Mr. Camp has said, that we provide for the kind of tax relief that we believe that middle-income taxpayers should have. And I believe that at the end of the day that it's the right thing for us to do this. I think everyone acknowledges that at the end of the day, this is not going to be the exact package that we will have, but there are areas of agreement here, and I do believe that there is a possibility for bipartisan support. I never like to predict what our colleagues in the other body are going to do. As we point out, Mr. Scott being there may, rectify many of the challenges that we institutionally have had.
But Mr. Chairman, Mr. Reid has said it's dead in a row.
I understand that he has said that, but it's not the first time that that has been said, and I think that the opportunity for the House of Representatives to go on record dealing with this issue is something that we believe to be an important thing. We also want the issue of spending to be addressed, and we are looking to do that as well. And so I believe that this is a right proposal for us to begin with here. Position. Sure, of course.
Mr.
Well,
Chairman,
let me yield to Ms. Slaughter.
Well, I just want to say that, Mr. Chairman, I have too much respect for you to believe that you meant a word you just said. I don't think this is anything in the world but a hoax. You know the other body is not going to take it up, and you're talking about a good combination of spending. There's no spending in what you want to pass.
Well, let me just
here.
say that I'm hoping
spending cuts.
Let me just say that I'm hoping very much that we'll be able to deal with spending cuts as well. And so
well, then why don't you have those? Why are you doing this?
I'm just.
What's the point? We've been grasping for all day, trying to figure out what we could say that you were trying to cover, or what public point you're trying to make. And the best we can come up with is that you have really got tiger by the tail here and don't know what to do with it. And the last we heard, you're just going to throw it out there and hope for the best. And is that I really must express again my great concern that with running out of time, the fragile economy, the way we're doing, we do not want to be thrown back into deep recession here just because we want to spend some time and throw out something called Plan B. Thank you very much for yielding.
Mr. Hastings.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make an inquiry, and thank you for yielding. And it is what was posted last night. My question to you is, are we going to have different language than what Mr. Camp?
Well, again,
and Mr. Levin have
we're working through this right now.
All right.
And, we're in the process.
Meaning that
of
we are going to have different
I think that it's
language.
possible. I think that it's possible.
Let me give you, if the chairman will yield.
Sure, of course, I'm happy to further yield.
All day long, as our ranking member has said, we've been puzzled. I haven't been puzzled. What has been required in your conference is that different people are requiring bits and pieces of whatever this is in order to satisfy them. And my prediction for you is you're going to make it more shrill and less palatable as you proceed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Gentlemen, thanks. Mr. Sessions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and welcome to both of the gentlemen from the Ways and Means Committee. We've all got a mess in front of us, and I think every one of us understood this when we began debating as the year came into play, and understand that we put sequestration on ourselves also. Nobody knew the outcome of the election. I'm sure some people in this room knew the whole time the outcome. I didn't. I was willing to see what happened. But one thing that we did know was that based upon the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act that we learned this year, that it would be $3,000 billion worth of spending that would take place over the next 6 years. And this $3,000 billion of spending for the health care bill would find itself clearly on the side of decreasing jobs and making it more difficult for employers to plan for the future and to understand what was ahead for them. It's now very certain, as we know, that Medicare Part A tax rate on wages increases from 1.45 to 2.35% for those single filers earning over $200,000 or for married couples over $250,000. And a new and additional 3.8% tax will be assessed on unearned income, such as capital gains, dividends, royalties, and interest for taxpayers with modified adjusted gross incomes. Will also be a 2.3 excise tax, which will be levied on manufacturers, producers, and importers of medical devices, which they have now indicated will cost thousands of jobs across this country. Threshold for claiming itemized deductions on medical expenses changes, caps on FSA contributions, on and on and on about new taxes. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that a copy of these new taxes that are already on us that have not even been a part of the discussion, but very many people, including those that own small businesses, are concerned about what lies ahead that is already the law. The understanding that this conversation with the Congressional Budget Office indicated that some 800,000 jobs would be lost, net jobs in this country as a result of that moving forward.
You mentioned CBO? That's not the CBO finding.
I'm sorry, I could be wrong. Who was it?
It was a private accounting firm whose work was paid for.
No, I don't believe that's correct. I believe that
CBO.
I believe that was of the cliff that Ernst & Young did that, and that was 710,000.
CBO said, in terms of the impact of going over the cliff.
I'm not talking about the cliff. I'm talking about the health care bill.
Are we debating the health care bill?
No, sir. I'm talking, it's my time. I chose to talk about the taxes that are already being placed on the American people that we have yet to even carefully understand because they happen after the first of the year. This sets the reason why Republicans are concerned about then the cliff, which Ernst & Young then did release their data, of which the gentleman speaks of 700,000 job loss. So Republicans are concerned, remain concerned about spending, taxes, jobs, the ability for the free enterprise system to be able to negotiate, weave its way through its future. And so what we're doing is trying to find a common balance of not just our conference, but that U.S. House of Representatives, to where we can pass something that is possible to support where we're going to go. We certainly would have to expect the same of the Senate. We're doing that in the House. We're talking seriously about how you save jobs. I believe the President's starting salvo of losing 700,000 jobs is a horrible way to begin negotiations. And so Republicans like myself, want to be able to vote for something that would be about job creation and saving the jobs that we have in this country. And so that's why, I know Democrats are baffled at what we're doing. We're trying to find a bill we can not just support, but pass, to give not just our great leaders like Dave Dreyer and our great young chairman here of Ways and Means Committee the opportunity to work with our Speaker, but really as a message to the American people that we believe that jobs are important and we should do those things. And that's why we're acting the way we are. We are for jobs. We are for continued GDP growth. And it discourages me as I visit friends around the world when they talk about their plan for 6% GDP growth next year, and we'll be stuck at probably less than 2 again. And when it takes our country 50 years to double GDP, our children will be left behind. They will be left behind with misery and a lot of uncertainty for the future. And so that's why Republicans, I speak to many of them, want to do something about creating jobs, talking about doing the things that will be good for our country, not managing our demise. So I appreciate both of you coming up here and enlightening us. I know you have facts and figures. I've tried to study hard on the facts of the case and hope that what we'll be able to do is to support you, Dave, as you move forward tomorrow whenever we debate this bill on jobs and job creation. I yield back.
Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to congratulate Mr. Camp on his good news. I neglected to congratulate Mr. Scott on his election to this, his appointment to the Senate. I wanted to let him know that he will be missed here. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear on one thing again. In response to the question that Mr. Slaughter asked and Mr. Hastings about whether or not this committee, the Rules Committee, will be voting on any new legislative language tonight that no member has yet seen. And your answer, I think, was it's possible, maybe. And it just, and here we are having a hearing on this major piece of legislation in the Rules Committee that the text we haven't probably totally seen yet. That we're asking Mr. Camp questions about a bill that will probably be changed before it comes to the floor tomorrow. There'll be things added, maybe things subtracted. So it seems that we have a little bit backwards. The way the process should work is that when we have a hearing, we ought to be looking at the bill that we're going to report out so that, we ask the right questions and know exactly what the intent of the majority really is in pursuing this legislation. So I have to say that this process is deeply flawed. This is not the way it's supposed to work. And my friends on the other side, who complained about process in the previous Congress, ought to be embarrassed by this, quite frankly. This is not the way this is supposed to work. We have been sitting around here for the last few weeks doing not much of anything on the House floor. Suspension bills that passed by 435 to nothing or 430 to 5. I mean, that are fairly non-controversial. I don't know if there were any hearings in the Ways and Means Committee on coming up with this partial plan that we see right now, whether this was reported out of your committee. Mr. Camp, did you have a markup in the Ways and Means Committee that reported what we're dealing with here tonight?
No, because this is an extension of current law, in many cases we did not have a bill reported out of committee. And as is the case with the 2010 extension, that did not come out of committee either.
But,
Can I comment just briefly?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Levin.
I mean, this proposal that now talks about income over $1 million has never come before the committee.
Well, I just have to say, it does not talk about income over $1 million. It is silent on income over $1 million. There is nothing about income over $1 million in this bill.
But that's a complete dodge.
No, it's a fact.
No, it isn't. What it means is that because it's silent, the tax will increase on income over $1 million. So Grover Norquist can say that it's okay to vote for it. But everybody knows that the tax will go up, though it's inadequate in terms of the resources it brings. And let me just say, the sad thing is that we're suggesting that there has to be a balanced program, that there has to be discussions between Democrats and Republicans. And we have a situation where the chairman and I come, and there's some thought that after we leave, you'll come up with a different package without talking to a single Democrat. It looks like where you're going. And that is a horrible prelude for the next days when we can't go over the cliff. So thank you for letting me comment.
No, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the way this bill was cleverly written to allow Grover Norquist to give people on the Republican side a permission slip or a hall pass, whatever you want to call it, to be able to vote for this. But I think Mr. Levin's assessment of what this bill does is accurate. But again, I'll go back to the issue of process, because we deal with process here. I mean, this process is indefensible. I mean, we're talking about a major crisis. I will argue with you this is an artificial crisis that I think Congress and the President should never have allowed to get to this point. But here we are with this artificial crisis. We have sequestration about to go into effect. And, and all of a sudden kind of, at the last minute, we come up with a proposal where there were no hearings, no markup in the Committee of Jurisdiction. It's brought before the Rules Committee. You're here to testify on language that will in all likelihood change before the night is over, and we're going to, and that's the way this process is going to work. This is not right. This is not the way it's supposed to work, especially on something this serious. Now, Plan B, doesn't even deal with the deficit. And wasn't that the whole point of all of this to begin with, was to get a deficit spending? And yet, that's not what, at least what's before us right now, does. This is not a plan to deal with the deficit. And I would argue that if this is it, it leaves out a whole lot of other important things, from unemployment insurance extension to, to a lot of the issues that the ranking member brought up have not been addressed. There's got to be a better way to do this. And maybe the plan is, to pass whatever you're going to put together that no one's going to see, that will be on the floor tomorrow, and then you pass it, and you'll attach it to this Senate bill, which we won't be able to offer a motion to recommit, or will not be amendable, because I don't think you're going to allow for any amendments. It will be a totally closed process. You send it back over to the Senate, and then you leave town. And you all leave town and say, throw your hands up and say it's in the hands of the Senate. What an irresponsible way to legislate. I have great respect for everybody in this room, but this is no laughing matter at this particular point. This is serious business. And I'm going to tell you something. One of the things that I've heard from businesses, small and large businesses, is that they have been frustrated by the lack of certainty. First, when they weren't sure we were going to extend our debt limit, and we might, the good credit of this country might be in question. And then this kind of artificial crisis of sequestration and wondering what's going to happen. They're looking for certainty. And there was an election. And you know what? I didn't learn very much in the presidential election, except one thing. That President Obama said he wanted to raise revenues on people on incomes over $250,000 and above, and Mitt Romney said he did not. Not much detail, I got to admit, on either side, on any other issues. That was crystal clear. Last time I checked, President Obama won the election. He didn't just win it by a narrow margin. He won it pretty substantially. We won more seats in the Senate than expected. You guys are thinking you were going to win the Senate. We picked up seats here in the House. it was pretty clear what the issues were. And so people want a balanced approach to deficit reduction. And again, what I worry about might be coming down the road tonight. Again, none of us have seen this. We're having a hearing. I'm asking you questions. I don't even know what might be coming down the road. But what I worry about is what might be coming down the road is what I think is really behind this whole effort at kind of creating this fiscal cliff by a lot of people on the Republican side of the aisle. And that really is, this isn't about reducing the deficit. This is about eliminating the public sector. This is about, revoking the New Deal and revoking the Great Society. I mean, every chance you get, you talk about, cutting back on Medicare or, limiting benefits to Social Security recipients. So I worry that with the language that may be coming later tonight that we haven't seen, that we're going to vote on tomorrow, but yeah, we're having a hearing right now, is going to include some pretty harsh medicine from where we stand. It just seems to me that if you're going to do that, you ought to present it up front, right now in a hearing so we can ask questions, and not be given it, later tonight when nobody's around to answer questions and when people are going to be expected to vote on this and understand the implications when it comes to the floor tomorrow. This is not the right way to do this. And I think all my colleagues on the other side know this. This is shameful. This is unacceptable. This is indefensible. This is too serious to proceed this way. And I hope my colleagues reconsider before we.
Gentleman yields back his time. Let me just say that the gentleman has certainly jumped to lots of conclusions already, and I think that it's a very, very interesting presentation, but as was pointed out by everyone, we're within 12 days of going over the fiscal cliff. We're at the very end of the session. We're in the midst of a lame duck session, and we have lots of challenges, and I think that we all want to work together in a bipartisan way to ensure we bring about a resolution to this. Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Mr. McGovern, I neglected a little while ago to pay tribute to our colleague from South Carolina who's going to be leaving to go over to the dark side. But we're so pleased to have had the opportunity to have him serve with us. And as I told him privately, I'm very sorry for us, but I'm very happy for him. And I'm hoping very much that he won't forget us when he gets over there, and we'll stay in touch and still talk to us when he's over there. And we're going to miss him tremendously because we've come to respect him so much for his common sense and his eloquence and his ability to get things done. So I wanted to say that first
Ms.
of all.
Fox, could I just say one thing? Since Mr. Scott was appointed to the Ways and Means Committee, I just want to say we're going to regret that you're not going to be serving on the committee, and just congratulate you on your appointment to the Senate, and I know you'll do great work there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And then I'd just add very quickly, Mr. Chairman, I was going to point out that our colleagues seem to be jumping to a lot of conclusions and dealing with a lot of hypotheticals, when I think what we should be doing is dealing with what we have before us and what the chairman has said about this legislation. I'm just fascinated that all the conversation is about what people think might happen or what motives are. I mean, I like to deal with reality. And I believe that's what we're supposed to be dealing with. I'm also very intrigued at the number of people who've been on the road to Damascus lately in terms of deficit reduction. I don't ever remember hearing those terms coming from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, or the need for certainty for our friends in the business community. Honestly, I've racked my brain trying to remember if I've heard those comments before. But I want to say thank you to Mr. Camp, congratulate him on his regaining his health, and say I appreciate the efforts that you have put out, and I do think our colleagues ought to pay a little more attention to the things you've said, such as extension of existing legislation and things that were done in 2010 when I believe they were in control. Is that correct? And there are some things being done now that are the same as when they were in control. I don't know if we need to go into it, Mr. Chairman. I know this hearing's going on a long time, but it might be that when those things come up, Mr. Camp, if you have the opportunity, since I'm not on Ways and Means, that we might point out the similarities of actions taken when our colleagues were in control and now that we're in the majority. So I thank you for your great work on this.
Thank you.
The American people are facing the largest tax increase in the history of this country. This has the potential to give the largest tax cut to the people of the country. And it, I think, is a very important piece of legislation that we need to get on with. And I thank you, the Chairman, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, it's patently obvious that there in this Plan B legislation, no expanded tax relief for working families. It eliminates the current expansion to the child credit and earned income tax credit, and eliminates the American Opportunity Tax Credit for families struggling to send their children to college. So it results in an average $1,000 tax increase, as Mr. Levin said, on 25 million American families. There's no relief for unemployed workers. I heard one of my colleagues say that somewhere along the line, I guess I'm supposed to believe that this is a job-making measure that's before us. I don't think it's going to make any jobs for physicians, or at least it's not going to make them happy about their jobs if they provide Medicare to their patients, because Plan B would cut reimbursement for doctors. And the interesting thing that is a part of the reality of what's on this paper is that there is no replacement for sequester cuts. Quite frankly, I find that puzzling. But the question that I have, I guess I'll put to Mr. Camp, and I want to join our colleagues, Dave, and being very much pleased that you are faring better. Regrettably, you had to come to my haircut through the kinds of undertakings, and I'm sure and hope for great progress in that regard. But during the last election, and for a lot of time around here, my friends that are Republicans have insisted that the government has a spending cut. So can you tell me, even though I recognize what you said about the extension of past legislation, well, how did you bring something in here that notably absent is any meaningful reduction to government spending?
Well, the concern is when Secretary Geithner gave that interview and said he was comfortable going over the fiscal cliff, I think many of us became alarmed at that comment that the Secretary of the Treasury would say something like that, because it does mean that taxes for every American would go up. And the Ways and Means Committee is jurisdiction over tax policy, so I thought it was important that we try to protect as many taxpayers as possible from a tax increase. This will mean that the average tax cut's about $2,600 per taxpayer. Now, we do make permanent some of the provisions you mentioned, but when you say we're reducing some of those were increased in stimulus. And the Joint Committee on Taxation does count those not as tax cuts but as spending. And so we are not continuing the sort of add-on in spending that occurred to some of those programs in stimulus, but we are continuing those programs at another level, because stimulus was meant to be temporary. And so I believe to now then try to make those provisions permanent would not be the policy that we want to pursue. But I think that what's important here is that that we are for 99.8% of Americans, making sure that their taxes don't go up if other actions fail to occur. And these are permanent changes. I know that Mr. McGovern mentioned the uncertainty, and in the opening letter of NFIB, they say this amendment would permanently extend nearly all of the tax provisions that are important to small businesses, providing much-needed economic certainty and long-term relief for small businesses. So that's why they have written their letter. So we think it's important, even though when you were in the majority, you extended these policies for 2 years. 2 years, we're finding, is still temporary and doesn't really provide the long-term planning that we need to have going forward. So that's why it's permanent, and that's why I think it's important to move now.
Mr. Hastings, could I just quickly comment? I don't want the reference to Secretary Geithner to go without some comment, because I don't think that's an accurate description of what he was saying.
That's what he said.
Now, you have to look at the whole statement of his, and to use that as an excuse for this bill. By the way, 97% of small businesses have income under $250,000. And so to use that once again as the rationale is, I think, ignorant of the facts. And let me just say a word about the provisions on earned income tax and the child tax credit and the education. Look, you can play around with language, whether it's a tax or spending, but the truth of the matter is that the bill that was filed last night, we don't know what's coming out tonight, would raise taxes on 25 million working families.
You know, I just can't believe that. This is not playing with language. This is the Joint Committee on Taxation that says these provisions are spending. This is not my analysis. This is the joint. No, it would not, because these are spending provisions. These aren't tax provisions.
Okay.
This is not a tax increase on those individuals.
Okay.
I'll just stand by the Joint Committee on Taxation report.
It's out of pocket.
Madam Chair, I think I had the time. I've enjoyed the discussion between the chairman and the ranking member. But is it a fact then that when you make these tax cuts permanent for people making $1 million or more, that you are at the same time, because between $1 and $1 million is 999,000, for example, and you're giving that person more than 900, and you're giving that person a $50,000 tax cut.
If I understood correctly what you're asking, we're silent on incomes over $1 million and above.
That's correct.
But any incomes $1 million and below, yes, they would. The rates, as I mentioned in my testimony, would be permanently extended.
And it's a $50,000.
So they would not. The average is $2,600 per taxpayer.
Okay. The thing that is interesting is almost like we're getting ready, if we were to pass what you are offering, to give a new definition for what is middle class in this country. And you protected the wealthy one way, and now the limitations on tax expenditures are for them protects them another way.
Mr. Hastings, I think you deserve a very clear-cut answer. What this does is to make...
the implication that, Mr. Levin, I think it does not befit the position that you hold as ranking member. And whether you say inaccurate facts or whether you say you're entitled to a clear position, I would prefer you not characterize my comments. Just make your comment and don't characterize what I say.
I'm sorry, I don't think...
It's a habit that you have, and
It isn't a habit at all.
Yes, and I would prefer you not do that.
Look, I said I wanted to give him a clear-cut answer. And I really think there needs to be some camaraderie in this institution and also some collaboration in this institution. And the fact is that for people in terms of income over $250,000 and the inapplication of provisions, for example, P's and PET, that relate to the deductions and the exclusion, that the clear-cut answer is that what's being done is to make permanent those provisions for income over $250,000. And I think that needs to be just said straight out.
I appreciate that. In the 20 years that I'm here, I've tried not to use language that is particularly provocative. But in this instance, I excuse the Ways and Means Committee chairman and ranking member, who my remarks are not directed to, but from an institutional standpoint, I know skullduggery when I see it. And what has gone on here all day long is whatever was posted last night is now being revised because members, as is their right and their prerogative, are busy about the business of putting forth their positions, and the language is being changed. And whatever time today or tomorrow that we come back to discuss Plan B, it won't be what Mr. Camp brought here. It will be something that will allow for a lot of artifice to be put forward. And I return to what I said, and I meant it when I say, and to prove it, we've wasted a lot of time, not on the Defense Authorization Bill, but we're wasting time here. The ranking member has made it clear that the majority leader of the Senate is not going to pass this. We've introduced and have the statement of the administration, and not this time saying that staff would recommend a veto. It says plainly the administration believes that it can work together with the Congress to resolve remaining differences and not miss this opportunity to avert the fiscal cliff. If the President were presented with the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.J. Res. 66, he would veto this legislation. That says pretty much everything about it, and so that's why I use the term skullduggery and artifice, because we know doggone well this isn't going anywhere. And I'm angry with the institution and all of its leadership and every one of its members that we are around here talking about something like the fiscal cliff and ignoring, for all intents and purposes, having passed a resolution condemning violence. That's easy enough. But the massacre at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, takes top priority with me, and it makes this so-called fiscal cliff look like a molehill. We're at odds around here about money, while all around us unnecessary guns are proliferating in communities across our nation, and mental health needs are not being met and helping our society to crumble, while we are sitting here mumbling around about whether or not we are going to hold hands and jump off a fiscal cliff, as serious as that is, and the consequences would be for a number of things. Not only are we talking about America, we're talking about the world when we fail to do the things that we need to do. But for the moment, the issue of the day for me has to do with an adequate discussion to talk to the American people about just what we need to do regarding this measure. We can't do everything, and I know that. We can't do everything to stop evil and violence by legislating anything, but in my judgment, we can and we must do something, and failure to do that is a hell of a lot more important to me than whether or not the President and John Boehner jump off the fiscal cliff.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Bishop.
Let me first say to Mr. Scott that the shawl is specific for you. It is designed to match the color of the wheelchair and the walker that you will be given when you become a senator. It's standard operating procedure. In my years as in my years as Speaker of the House in Utah, one of the things I had to do is try to enforce the rules we had in decorum in debate, and I have to admit it was much more stringent back there. I just want you to know that, first of all, I don't ascribe to any special powers to be able to see into the hearts of other people, so I can't ascribe motives to anybody who happens to be here, nor can I predict how they will react in the future. However, I would like to ask you, Mr. Chairman, just to talk about what actually is in this proposal. So one of the problems that we are facing is because when the original tax rates were established, our colleagues on the other side of this building insisted on having sunsetting provisions in there, and we've dealt with that on several occasions since I've been now here on that sunset. How does this impact that sunset for the rates that are actually provided in your bill?
Well, these are permanent extensions. So these would be permanent rates. They would not sunset after a decade as the 2001 and 2003 bills have, which caused a 2-year extension in 2010 of basically all 2001, 2003 tax
So
bills.
hopefully we will never have to reach that ugly debate again.
We will not have to debate that again.
What about the AMT? What does this bill do to the AMT?
Yes, what it's called is typically an AMT patch, which does not allow any further people to fall into the AMT. The AMT was passed in around 1970 to impact 155 families. Well, if we don't act, there'll be 27 million additional families impacted by the AMT.
And is that made permanent as well?
That patch is made permanent in this legislation.
What does it
so
do?
That holds harmless. That means no further people will fall into that patch, which, because the AMT was not indexed for inflation, each year brings more and more people into higher taxes. And
so what does this do about the indexing portion?
This does also index it as well as make it a permanent extension.
What about the death tax, which is still, to me, the most heinous tax that we actually have in this country?
Yes. Before 2001, the estate tax was at really what you call a confiscatory rate of 55%. The estate tax would be permanently extended at 35%. With a $5 million exemption. That's obviously representing an area with many family farms. That's an important thing for small businesses and farmers to be able to pass on to their children the business that they have built, and I think that's very important to do. So this extends permanently, also indexes for inflation that threshold of $5 million.
I will still never be satisfied until that is at zero and totally eliminated. I think that's the only fair way to treat people. But if we actually do not pass something like this for death tax, what would happen to the death tax?
Well, it reverts to its 2001 level I mentioned with a rate of 55% and then an exemption amount of $1 million. And so that's very important.
So for the people that are going to be impacted by this piece of legislation, it would be a permanent rate establishment. It would solve the AMT problem on a permanent issue as well as adjusting for inflation.
Yes.
And it would solve the death tax problem for permanently as well as adjusting for inflation. And it is silent, I am assuming, on a whole bunch of other issues, which means it does not deal with those other issues.
That's correct.
So, for example, I'm trying to go through these issue briefs. I'm looking back here on No Child Left Behind in the Common Core. Can I make the assumption that your bill does not address the Common Core as well?
I'm sorry, the
Common Core or No Child Left Behind?
No, it does not.
You're not playing around with any other kind of education?
No.
So you're dealing only with the tax rates that happen to be there?
That's correct.
All right. I appreciate your explanation of what is in this particular piece of legislation. I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready, Mr. Polis?
I'm ready.
Okay. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to begin, though, by actually referring back and taking issue with something that the acting chair said, that she didn't hear Democrats talking about the importance of certainty for the business climate and for balancing the budget. I would disagree. I've mentioned both of those topics countless times, and I'm far from alone. it's absolutely critical to provide predictability and stability over time, both fiscal stability with regard to our debt situation, as well as regulatory and tax stability to allow businesses to grow. And I'm, you know, if the gentlelady hasn't heard me, I'd be happy to find copies of many Democrats who have said that for many years, including the President's call for stability with regard to these things as well. So this is nothing new. As well as balancing the budget, I've talked about that many times here as well. I've talked about my support for a balanced budget amendment. So have many other Democrats. You know, many Democrats, along with some Republicans, have supported the Bowles-Simpson Commission report, which President Obama has also voiced his support for, that would fundamentally address the systemic issues in our budget. And I was hoping that that's the goal of this whole exercise here, is to come up with something that either, you know, is like Bowles-Simpson or is like something that Speaker Boehner and the President talked about a year ago and with the Vice President Biden talks and couldn't come to agreement on, or what, like the Gang of 8 senators have talked about, something that would systemically address our debt issues, should be the goal of this exercise. It's a goal that I would hope many Democrats share with hopefully many Republicans, anybody who takes the fiscal stability of this country seriously. But instead of that proposal, which I would be, as I said, having already voiced my support for Simpson-Bowles, I would expect to vote for various incarnations of something that systemically addresses our debt. Instead of that, we're just hit with a Republican proposal to raise taxes on millionaires, and that's it. It's you know, you could tax millionaires at 100% of their income, and you'd only cover the expenditures of the federal government for 72 days. This bill has nothing about entitlements, about spending. It doesn't have any buy-in from people earning, you know, $400,000 or $500,000. It just says millionaires, we're going to tax you a little bit more. And that's what the Republicans are proposing with this bill. I would ask, how much does this even raise, this millionaires tax that you're proposing, Mr. Kemp? How much does it raise, this raising taxes on millionaires?
Well, because there's no provision in the bill, there's no joint committee taxation score. So the joint committee scores this as an almost $4 trillion tax cut.
Okay, well, again, this tax hike on millionaires, you know, whether it raises, I don't know, it's probably in the tens of billions. I don't know, Mr. Levin, would you have any idea, ballpark, about how much this millionaire tax the Republicans are proposing would raise?
I do.
Okay, I would love to hear.
And that's why I think we need to, and I don't mean this personally, we need to be straightforward. I mean, this is what joint tax says, so we all understand this. What appeared to be the two bills that were coming before us, the Plan B, so-called, and the Senate bill. The score on Plan B is that it would raise $280 billion over 10, and the middle class tax cut bill, the Senate bill, would raise over $700 billion. We're not entirely sure of the exact amount over $700 billion because they haven't had time to look at the impact on dividends. It's going to be more than $700 billion. So that's why you have a differential in terms of revenues between 280 and over 700 billion.
Thank you.
So if we're allowed to vote on the Senate package, we will vote to raise 700 billion plus versus 280. And remember, the statement, I won't say promise, the statement of the Speaker was something like 900 billion. So this falls very short. And also, if I might say so that there's a clear-cut answer, you have to look at what Plan B does in terms of the provisions that prevailed before they were cut out on deductions and the exclusion and its impact on income over $250,000.
And the point being that this...
The Senate bill is not a permanent bill. It's a one-year bill, so it doesn't raise anywhere near those amounts.
Well, but let me
it's a
just-
one-year bill.
I'm
So
glad you
that
mentioned-
it doesn't raise anywhere close to $700 billion.
Right. I mean, I think, even if 10 years it would...
But we have that...
Okay.
No, but what we're doing...
Yeah. Let me reclaim my time real quickly. Let me reclaim my time.
Would you yield a moment?
To the chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd be happy to yield to the chair. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Camp for clarification of something that Mr. Levin has said. I believe he said if we're allowed to vote on the Senate bill. It is my understanding that there is no bill in the House from the Senate. Am I correct in that?
You're correct. The Senate has not sent the bill over. It's being held at the Senate desk, and it has not been sent over.
I think that's an extraordinarily important point to bring up because our colleagues, again, keep talking about wanting to vote on the Senate bill, and there is no Senate bill in the House. The bill that the Senate passed has never been sent from the Senate to the House. So I think we could save a lot of time if folks didn't keep referring to that bill being in the House.
No, but...
I want to give Mr. Levin a chance to clarify that as well.
I mean, it's been held in the Senate because of an action by the House.
Mr. Levin, just a moment, please. I do not believe that is accurate. The House cannot stop the Senate from sending a bill over here. The Senate has not sent that bill. Now, again, I will ask for clarification from Mr. Camp. I am not on Ways and Means, but it is my understanding. Mr. Camp.
It has not been sent over, and we have not taken any action on that bill.
But it could be, we could position the bill to be voted on. And let me just, so the record is clear, the figures I gave are a projection of the 1 year over a 10-year period, the same as is the projection of joint tax on the 10-year provision on 10 years of the bill. And so if anybody wants to challenge the $700 billion figure, do so.
Okay, we're talking about time because
it would not be the Senate bill, however.
What's that? Okay, now there is a House bill, H.R. 15, that has a discharge petition that's been filed that I'm told is identical to the Senate bill as well. Now, if I can get back to the point I was making is these dollar figures we're talking about, this $280 billion on this millionaires tax the Republicans are proposing, that is by any measurement insufficient for the fiscal integrity of our country. Now, I mean, whether it's spending cuts or revenue, that's a discussion to have, and, most serious proposals clearly have both. But this is not even, this millionaire's tax is not even a down payment on balancing our budget deficit. It's $280 billion over 10 years with no talk of spending cuts, entitlement reform. When I talk to most small business people or wealthy individuals, what they tell me is, I'd be happy to pay a little bit more as long as I know this is actually solving things, as long as I know that there's cuts, as long as I know that, many of them support something like Bowles-Simpson or some balanced approach. But what you're getting here is just a millionaire's tax that without anything that systemically addresses the debt problem and the deficit problem in our economy. So it's not even a partial solution. It's not even window dressing. Now, I would, again, this other proposal, H.R. 15, I can say that has a higher dollar figure, but I would be happy to say that that's not sufficient either. That's not a solution. There is no, and most experts agree, there is no strictly revenue solution. This is everything on the table. I've signed letters to that effect. I've been mentioned that to everybody. It's no secret that that's my position. I think revenue is a part of it, but I don't understand this effort to say we're just going to tax millionaires, which, by the way, has never been President Obama's position either. It's very frustrating when many on the other side of the aisle said, oh, President Obama somehow wants to go after millionaires or go after the wealthy. He never had that as a vision. He believes that's part of the way we balance our budget. Part of. And if you look at the president's proposal, and I know the speaker didn't accept the most recent one, and there's still room for negotiation, but yes, that part is there. But that part alone was never designed to balance the budget. And here you have something which is even smaller, as on a standalone basis, which is hardly window dressing the $280 billion or so over 10 years from this Republican millionaires tax, which, accompanied by nothing else, doesn't accomplish anything. I'll be happy to yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, and thank you very much for yielding. I just, just since this is the Rules Committee, I want to make sure we clarify, what the rules that we're operating on are under here. The gentlelady from North Carolina says that we don't have the Senate bill before us. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Levin, is you introduced that as a freestanding bill. It is posted here as text, as an amendment that the Rules Committee posted last night. So if we don't take this up, it's because the House and the Rules Committee have chosen that we not take it up.
You're correct.
Yeah, thank you.
We introduced the Senate bill, right. And so to say it isn't here because of...
Right. Yeah,
well, I believe we voted on it also.
Right, but it's posted right here. So I would simply say to the gentlelady that her indignation is a little bit misplaced on that. Secondly, again, where is her indignation over the fact that we are now debating Plan B, but we're going to probably have Plan C before the night is out, and no one's going to know what the heck we're voting on tomorrow until it's there. I mean, this process is so broken. It is so indefensible. So we're asking questions on one bill that may change. It may be, we have no idea what's going on in this place.
I will say the Levin bill was offered as a substitute to H.R. 8. Right. And there were 19 Democrats who voted against it. With the Republicans, there were 257 votes against that bill in the House. So clearly that is not the direction that the House is going to go.
Well, will the gentleman, support making this Mr. Levin's amendment in order on the House floor tomorrow?
Well, that's up to the Rules Committee. I got enough responsibility.
But I think one is I wanted to correct the record so it was clear that the Rules Committee itself posted the Senate bill on yesterday.
And we have voted on it.
Right, yeah. And number two, I want to remind people that what we're talking about here is we're all speculating because we don't really have the final text what we're going to vote on tomorrow. It's not the way we should run this Congress.
Thank you. Again, so, process-wise, we're here talking about this new Republican millionaire tax proposal, which we just heard for the first time a couple days ago, outside of the context of any deal that actually addresses our budget deficit. We're just kind of discussing this piece. And here we are, and we do have some cuts coming. We have an automatic set of cuts of sequestration. Now, that's fine, but what we should be doing now, I would hope we're doing now, and it's not your committee to your credit, but in this House it should be occurring, is we're going to we should come up with a smarter way to hit those sequestration numbers. Now, we should allocate them better in a way that Democrats and Republicans can agree on is simply better for the country than just an across-the-board approach.
This doesn't touch sequestration.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And also, when we talk about millionaires, this is income over $1 million. It doesn't touch income of 6, 7, 800,000, for example. It makes permanent the tax cut. And most people who make 6, 7, 800,000 bucks in a year are millionaires.
Sure.
In fact, they're likely multimillionaires unless they won the lottery. And so the problem, one reason that this doesn't bring in nearly enough is that it essentially, for income less than $1 million, gives them the same tax cut that they've had unpaid for.
And the difficulty for those of us who care about balancing the budget, which I certainly do, to tell the gentlelady from North Carolina, is that absent the context of what the other pieces are, it's hard even to figure out how much is enough. And I can't say with certainty, you know, there's a 700 and some billion figure. I know there's some disagreement over whether that extrapolates over 10 years. But, you know, absent a package, which is hopefully what the President's working on with the Speaker, we don't have an enough number yet. I mean, I think what would come out of a package is, you know, work for the committee to hit a number and working together to try to do that. But here we have a new and isolated revenue idea outside of the context of making any meaningful progress on the deficit or debt. And it's not something I can support. I do hope that there's other alternatives that the Rules Committee can bring to the House floor. But even so, these alternatives are just standalone items. I mean, good, yes, revenue is part of the discussion, yes, but you can't balance the budget just on the backs of revenue. You can't, as I said, you could tax millionaires at 100% of their income. You'd only fund the federal government for 72 days. So, I mean, I understand, you know, Republicans wanting to tax, and I agree, it's not just millionaires, it's multimillionaires, because people who make $700,000 might very well be millionaires, and yet they're not taxed by this. But this taxes the, you know, multimillionaires, people, you know, making $5, $10 million a year. But even if you tax them 100%, you wouldn't balance the budget. So, again, it's got to have a comprehensive approach, and that needs to occur soon. Here we are, and I hope that we can get that done. Next few days, I hope that, you know, in addition to working on this proposal, I guess I would just, as my last question, just ask the Chair, I hope he's also working on a comprehensive approach that would actually address our budget deficit.
Obviously, comprehensive tax reform is something the committee's worked on for the last 2 years, and we look forward to trying to do that again this year and actually producing a bill that will come to the House floor.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry the gentleman from Colorado has to go. I'll come back, Mr. Polis. When you were ready to come back, because I agreed with so much of what you had to say, I don't want to have to rush it. I'll start on his discussion of fundamental tax reform, Mr. Chairman, and say that I've watched this institution for almost 20 years. Was a staffer back in 1994, and there has never been a Ways and Means Committee, and there has never been a Ways and Means Committee chairman of either party that has spent as much time and as much focus on fundamental tax reform, who has taken that not as a political flag with which to wave around, but as a serious intellectual endeavor to find out what we can do to make America internationally competitive and continue to have job growth here for generations to come. I join the gentleman from Colorado in hoping that comes to fruition this spring. I know it won't just be something we can jam through the House. It's going to be something that we're going to require some, as of yet, unseen partnership from the Senate on and partnership from the President on. But it doesn't happen unless folks are putting in the hour after hour, day after day, week after week of slogging through the details. Again, I've never seen a committee put as much effort into it as you all have, and as someone who believes in that cause, I'm grateful to you for it. You know, Mr. Levin, I'm going to have to spend more time with you. I enjoy spending time with you, and I enjoy it when you come by. I've had members of the Republican conference visiting with me all day trying to get me to vote for this bill, and I've been reluctant to do it, and you have persuaded me. You've gotten me on board, enthusiastic in ways that I could have never imagined, because my gripe was the same gripe that the gentleman from Colorado had about the absence of revenue. I mean, for Pete's sakes, we've so hyped this topic up. The gentleman from Colorado is a thoughtful member who I have great respect for and have had an opportunity to work with him on a couple of projects here in the Rules Committee. We've so hyped this up, folks actually believe the Senate sent us a bill that's sitting here, and if only we were to pass it, we could send it to the President tomorrow and sign it into law. I mean, folks believe that. Thoughtful people believe that. Serious members of Congress believe that, and it's not true. It's not true, but we've so hyped up this incredibly serious thing, and you've pointed out the seriousness of what this is, that we can't even have a Rules Committee hearing, much less a Ways and Means Committee hearing, much less a debate on the full floor of the House. We can't even begin the discussion of what the pieces of the pie are because the rhetoric has so soared beyond the truth communication becomes impossible. I think it was, might have been you, Mr. Levin, who said, or perhaps it was my friend from Florida, who said what we need is more communication and cooperation here. I think those were your words, and I think you're absolutely right. You know, I didn't want to vote for this because I reject the class warfare that the president has successfully thrust upon this country. I reject it. There are burdens in this country that have to be borne. I think Mr. Polis was gentle when he described the scope of our challenges. The scope of our challenges economically are vast and frightening. And they will not happen by deciding that someone else is going to bear the burden of solving them. We are going to have to bear the burden of solving. I looked at the last CBO report that said that 80% of all income earners in America, 80% of all income earners in America pay 6% of the income tax burden. What kind of elections do you expect to have? What kind of oversight of government do you expect to have? What kind of nation do you expect to have when what you tell 80% of Americans is, I'll give you $1 worth of government and you only have to pay 6 cents for it? That's a bargain. It's a bargain. You've got to have skin in the game to make good decisions. And I will ask my friend from Colorado before I get to our panelists. I tried to write down how many times you said Republicans millionaires tax, but my pen broke about halfway through. I wasn't able to catch them all. I'll tell you, I'm opposed to that. Again, opposed to class warfare. But your president, who someone pointed out very accurately, won, I think it was my friend from Massachusetts, won an election, campaigned exclusively. We don't know anything else he stands for, but we know he stands for balancing the budget with tax increases on folks making over $250,000 a year. Yes, I'd be happy to give my friend to see if he rejects that just as vehemently as he rejects the so-called Republican millionaires.
Absolutely, and my colleague from Massachusetts didn't say that was the only thing that people knew he stand for. He said that was a stark contrast. And all the president's proposals that he has come forth with have some revenue, yes they do, from wealthy Americans, but they don't balance the budget based on that. I mean, the president's economic analyst will be the first to say that you can't just balance the budget based on revenue. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. You can get out pencil or paper, you cannot do it. I believe there is and there was in the course of a campaign, a mischaracterization of the president's position that that's what he wanted to do. But he has always, and his proposals bear this out, included spending cuts and entitlement reform in every proposal to balance the budget.
The gentleman,
be happy to yield back.
Yeah, and I maybe simplified it too much, but the president has always talked about spending. Because if I could just ask the gentleman a question, he talked about pieces of the puzzle, pieces of the pie. I go back to what I've been asking at the very beginning. Is this piece of paper that we have here today a piece of anything, or is by the end of the night is it going to be something different? That's all I want to know.
I appreciate the gentleman's concern. I can't. What is it? What is the city that my friend from Florida discusses from time to time? It's not La La Land, but it's something like that. A place we go where when we're spinning a tale of fiction here. Where is that city? Let's Pretend. That's right. Our favorite TV show, Let's Pretend. And I thought about that as the gentleman. A radio program.
You're dating yourself if you remember that.
I only remember that my senior colleague referred to that. I don't actually remember it myself. I just remember as many references. I'd say to my friend from Massachusetts, and I follow this as closely as anyone, I have absolutely no expectation, no understanding, no belief that the bills that we're looking at, the information we're looking at, these amendments that have been brought to us by the Ways and Means Committee are not exactly the amendments we're going to be talking about. I understand the gentleman has heard something or seen something and believes something, and it may turn out he's true. He's right about that, but I believe he's mistaken.
But why are we having this hearing on something that is in all likelihood not going to be what we have on the floor tomorrow?
But I don't know where the gentleman got that impression. I plan to be on the floor tomorrow. Again, I was planning to vote no, but I've been persuaded. I plan to be on the floor tomorrow voting in favor of this bill.
Language. Okay.
Of this exact language. And I'll tell you why, because what they've been saying to me all day, Mr. Levin, that's why I so enjoy when we have a chance to talk. They've said to me all day, Rob, we know what it is that you want to do. We know you want to extend tax rates for everybody because you believe what the president said 2 years ago, that a bad economy is not the right time to raise taxes on job creators. And if you don't do it now, they said,
folks are going to stick all sorts of extraneous provisions on that. And I thought, why would that be true? Because we're all serious folks, and we all seriously believe we have a tax issue here that has to be solved. We all seriously believe that middle-class income earners don't and shouldn't have to pay more come January. And in your opening comments, Mr. Levin, you said, golly, I can't believe it that this bill is unbelievably silent on SGR and UI. They were right. That if someone else were writing this bill, it wouldn't be a tax bill. We wouldn't try to solve the very simple and direct problem that is tax hikes coming on middle-income families. We'd load this thing up like a Christmas tree and jam it through at year-end like we always do. Here I have my friend from Massachusetts concerned that the language we're looking at might not be the language we're going to vote on tomorrow. And the process that I suspect we'll end up in if we don't pass this bill is the one where we jam everything in the kitchen sink on and rush it through at the 11th hour, and absolutely no one knows what's in it. This, as they told me all day long, again, I didn't believe them because I said, we can do better than this. They said, this is the best we're going to do. And when I hear this conversation, I've come to believe it.
Well, my good friend here, Mr. Bowman,
I'd be happy to yield to my friend from Florida.
you just made my point about what's been happening all day long. You are not the only one that was being arm twisted all day long. I'm glad that you came to this conclusion, but we probably have about another 80 people that need to be in your position.
And I want
Mr. Woodall, could I respond?
I want to thank the gentleman. I want to thank the gentleman because he just assured me that basically when this hearing is over with, we'll go to a markup and this will be the text and we'll be all set. I couldn't get that answer all night tonight, so I'm glad he's reassured me that we will be meeting right after this and this will be the text and all my concerns will be unwarranted. Thank you.
Call it the arrogance of a freshman or the naivete of a freshman, but I'm happy to give you an answer either.
You've been around a long time, a long, long time.
Just briefly, because you referred to the Senate amendment, I mean, this bill that I had introduced was posted by the Republicans last night. So for anybody to say we can't act on it because it hasn't come over from the Senate, that's just not a good reason. So you posted. Secondly, and I've enjoyed, this has been going on a long time, and sometimes tempers get a little short. And I think that's unfortunate. But if I might say so very respectfully, adding UI to this bill is not a Christmas tree in the sense that it's often used. If we don't extend unemployment insurance, 2 million plus people are going to lose their unemployment insurance, the federal EUC, instantaneously. So I agree with you completely about not loading up a Christmas tree in the Christmas season. But UI isn't a Christmas gift. And the same, I think, is true of the physician reimbursement issue. We have every year extended it. If we don't act on it, many millions of people are going to go to physicians whose reimbursement is cut by 25% instantaneously. So our feelings about this bill and what it leaves out is not that it has extraneous stuff that people want to add on. I'm opposed to that. But I hope this institution will face up to this issue of SGR and UI as well as sequestration. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I find the silence on this issue, on these issues in this bill very disturbing.
I will tell you, it would.
And I would appeal to you. I'd appeal to you, and I appeal to my friend and the chairman of this committee to discuss with us, which hasn't happened, how we're going to handle UI, SGR, sequestration, and these other issues.
I'd say to my friend that I appreciate appreciate the seriousness of all those issues that he raised. I would tell you, I'd be one of the folks, if the good chairman tried to add all of those issues to this bill, who would just raise Cain, because I don't think that's the right way to legislate. My friend from Massachusetts said shameless, indefensible, and unacceptable is the way he would describe what's going on here. I happen to agree with him, absolutely agree with him. It's shameless, indefensible, and unacceptable that you ask where's the sequestration fix when we all know in this chamber that we passed it in a bipartisan way in May of this year, and nothing has become of it. No matter what we do now, it's going to be a failure in that regard. The uncertainty has already occurred. The opportunity to act was earlier, and we succeeded. I don't fault the folks in this room, but I fault the process. It is, in fact, shameless, indefensible, unacceptable. We brought exactly, and cleverly named the Levin Amendment, to the floor of the House on August 1st of this year, because the time to solve tax rates going up on small business owners and American families is not December 31st. It's when they have time to plan. It's when it has an opportunity to be done in a thoughtful way. And this Rules Committee, as you know, Mr. Levin, waived every point of order, waived every procedural hurdle so that you could have a vote on that amendment, which is substantively the same as what you have on the table right in front of you that you would have the House vote on again. And it was defeated 170 to 257 by the exact same collection of members who will stand in the chamber tomorrow and vote again.
But look, you put it on, you placed this up for consideration last night. So the fact it was brought up before is not a reason we shouldn't be able to vote on it tomorrow.
Your point's well taken. I mean, I actually don't want to vote on it tomorrow. I can make lots of cases for why we shouldn't vote on it tomorrow, but my only point is it doesn't add to the discussion, and I don't think it adds to the clarity of what is a very complicated situation to suggest that we have not voted on this, because we have, nor does it add to the clarity or solve any confusion to say that there is a Senate bill sitting here waiting that if only we were to pass it, we could send it to the President tomorrow for his signature. Neither of those things are the case. It's absolutely the case. Well, you're convinced, quite to the disturbance of Mr. Polis, that we should raise taxes on everybody $250,000 a month. Mr. Polis knows that's a bad idea, knows it's bad for the economy, knows it's not going to solve it, knows it's only going to sort this problem out for a couple of days. Having invoked the gentleman, I'd be happy to yield.
Thank you, just because you invoked me. No, I did offer that, again, revenue as part of a comprehensive budget solution is critical, and it may very well take the form of that. But no, in isolation, you can't strictly on the revenue side deal with our structural debt and deficit. So I just want to be clear that it could very well be part of the solution.
And that's why I couldn't agree with the gentleman more. And I want to ask Chairman Camp, I mean, for Pete's sakes, Mr. Chairman, we are here dealing with strictly a tax bill, and I'm glad it's not a confusing bill. I'm glad it's a straightforward bill. But you and your staff have been investing untold numbers of hours in trying to capture the big deal. And I don't just mean now. I mean back in August of 2011. I mean throughout the past year. I know those negotiations have been ongoing. Everybody wants the big deal. I would hope there's not a single member in this room who believes that our Speaker of the House is not more committed to a big deal than any other member in this chamber. I believe his heart is invested in it far beyond where the rest of us are. Why aren't we here with the big deal tonight?
Well, if you look back, this is really the fourth round on that in terms of the negotiations between the President and the Speaker. If you look at the, which you would call Obama-Boehner talks earlier, then the Cantor-Biden talks, and then super committee, and then this time. And each time, the big deal has eluded us. So as we approach the end of the year, it's just very important that we move forward on preventing a tax increase on most Americans, and particularly on those small businesses that file as individuals. Not everybody who's at $400,000 gets a salary. That's a business, and that's not necessarily a large business. When you look at the budget of the Ways and Means Committee for Republicans, it's over $5 million, and we don't make anything. So, we really, with this bill, we protect more than 70%, about 75% of small business income from a tax increase. And we think that's important in terms of moving the economy forward. Both CBO and outside experts have said the economy is in anemic growth now, that's likely to continue. And how do we then begin to do that? This is a stopgap measure to then try to move forward ultimately on pro-growth tax reform to get to the kind of tax system that isn't so complex that the average person can't fill out their own return. The cost of compliance is a huge burden. The complexity, obviously, we think simplification is an important part as well in terms of other policies. But lowering rates and broadening the base is a direction.
And Mr. Levin, let me ask you one more thing, because it's something I bring up in town hall meetings regularly, and I want to make sure I'm getting the facts right. And when you were talking about the merits of the President's proposal, the Senate proposal you have on your desk, you said 97% of small businesses have income under $250,000 and would be protected by that language.
That's what Joint Taxes told us. And Mr. Camp, our chairman, uses the income figure, but that includes all kinds of people who make huge amounts of money. But no one has challenged the Joint Tax Committee finding that 97% of people in small business, it actually may be business of any kind, make under $250,000 a year. The problem with being very identifiable is that the returns that we file don't specify the kind of business. But they've done their best, and 97% of businesses, surely small businesses, have income under $250,000 a year.
Now, it would absolutely be true that the income numbers that the chairman cites includes those folks who make outrageously large amounts.
It means lawyers, doctors, athletes, venture capitalists. It means people who make huge amounts of money.
And wouldn't it also be true, though, that your numbers of 97% include folks who knit scarves at Christmas and sell the occasional fruitcake in the season? I mean, sure, if you're going to count income, you end up counting those folks with giant incomes, and if you're going to count numbers of businesses, you end up counting folks who will absolutely never, ever hire an employee to go to work in their business. So when I'm trying to think about job creation, it seems more reasonable to me, seems more practical to me to think about the chairman's figures, because folks who are making money will have an opportunity.
Just for one question.
I'd be happy to yield.
I was just told that the majority has introduced a new bill, H.R. 6684, which none of us know what's in it. It's a mystery bill, but we're being told that that is going to be what is going to be attached to the rule tonight. I was hoping at this point in the hearing that maybe somebody could tell us what's in the bill that we're going to actually be having to vote on tomorrow, and maybe I thought the gentleman might be able to offer us some insight.
I appreciate the gentleman's question. I confess I'm not going to be the best person to do that, but my expectation is that the language you're talking about is not going to be language from the Ways and Means Committee. It's not going to be something that's germane.
It's going to be something attached to the rule tomorrow that we're going to have to deal with, maybe in one or two different bills. The fact that we're doing a hearing here on a piece of what you're going to give us tomorrow, and we have no idea what is in this bill that you just introduced.
Reclaiming my time, I'd say to my friend, where we are right now is with two very distinguished witnesses here who are testifying on exactly the language that's going to be on the floor tomorrow. Exactly. Controlling the time, I'd say to my friend,
outrageous.
It's not going to complicate what has become a very straightforward tax bill. I want the big deal. I sure hope we can get it. And I don't know how it is. I know you said, Mr. Levin, you wished you had more than the revenue we have already, but the Speaker's proposal of $800 billion was rejected. I would have rejected Bowles-Simpson. In fact, I did. In the same season when I was voting against the Levin Amendment, I was voting against the LaTourette Amendment that embodied Bowles-Simpson. You know, if it came back today, I suspect that'd be a yes vote. I say to my friend from from Colorado.
Just ask the chairman, and neither of us is aware what's in the bill.
I would say,
I don't know what, we've been in here, I don't know
Right,
what
and I
you're
hope we're not
referring
going to vote it out without reading the bill.
I'd say to the gentleman at the
You want us
panel
to
that
act differently than you did.
they shouldn't be distressed. I don't know what this bill is that the gentleman from Massachusetts knows about, but I said it could be an education bill, it could be an agriculture bill. I don't have any reason to believe my friends from Ways and Means. What I believe is these two provisions we have before us are the ones that are in fact
I know it's
going to
69
come to the floor.
pages, and the plan is that you're going to attach it to the rule tonight. So that's all I know.
So we'll be able
You're
to-
in the majority, we're not.
We'll be
You're
able to
calling the
consider it
shots.
later this evening?
Well, you're the majority. We're left out in the dark here. You're running the show here, and this is the Rules Committee. We ought to be able to know what the heck we're talking about.
Reclaiming my time, I look forward to that bill coming, and I suspect we'll be here a little while longer so that folks can understand what's in that. I thank the two gentlemen. I've taken up more than my fair share of time.
Mr.
I yield
Nugent?
back.
Can you follow that act?
Probably not. I don't know where you got your information from. I wish I had your intel sources, so I don't have any questions at this point, only because we've heard from both of the members of Ways and Means. We've heard a lot of rhetoric and a lot of discussion, and so I would suggest that I'll pass on any further comments.
Gentleman passes. Mr. Webster.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little bit taken back by the discussion too, but I think at least we ought to talk about what the big deal would need to be. And I'm going to just say one short little thing. Let's assume that there's nothing done. And so all the tax extenders, all the rates go up. The SGR is not fixed, which is a savings. There is the sequestration goes forward. All of those things happen. That would, over a 10-year period of time, bring about $5.5 trillion. So now we would have all the taxes that anybody could imagine, many of which even Democrats don't want to raise. So all the tax revenue, and we still are only halfway there to a balanced budget. So this whole talk of a balanced approach and balanced budget are two different things. Balanced approach says we'll do a little bit of tax increases, which raises, I think, less than $1 trillion. And we'll do some cuts. And I think that what was proposed by the President was about $400 billion. So 800 and 400. The $400 billion in cuts, which sounds like a lot of money to most people, makes what's left over after we've done all the taxes. We've cut the Medicare reimbursements to doctors to the bones. We have done sequestration. We've done all these things, not allowed one tax extender to go forward. We've raised the death tax. All of those things have happened. And we got all this money coming in. And the $400 billion proposed in cuts would make sure that in that 10-year period with all those taxes and all that stuff happening, we still would only be halfway there, because it would be not $5.5 trillion left to do in cuts. It'd only be $5.1 trillion, because the 400 would be nothing compared to what we owe. So what's a big deal? There isn't a big deal on the table. There's not a big deal being proposed. There is this, quote, balanced approach, which does nothing. It never balances. It never comes close. So I just think it's important to note that what we're discussing here is minimal compared to what needs to be done. And so go off the cliff, raise taxes on everybody, make all kinds of cuts, do the sequestration, and we still don't even get close to where we need to be. We have a big problem, which takes a big deal, which is not being discussed by anyone. So those that are talking about now bringing forth cuts or this or that, they have to be significant to get to where we need to be. And so these tax increases or not tax increases, or these people are raising taxes or not raising taxes, think about it. Okay, so we're protecting the current, but the taxes we're not raising is destroying the future and the future generations. So, okay, I get the benefit of a tax deduction or tax reduction, and so does everybody else if we do all this, which I'm glad to do. But in the end, our children and grandchildren are going to pay the bill. I mean, I'm hoping someday, somehow, we'll really propose a big deal. And I think there have been those proposed. It's just the courage to do it is probably not quite there. The big deal is something I think we ought to shoot for. I hope we get there. Yield back.
Mr. Webster, I believe that you have earned your name. Not only did you inherit a great name, but I think you've earned it in terms of your eloquence tonight. So I want to thank you very much for pointing out the challenge that we're facing. I think our colleague, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, has done this on numerous occasions also, as have, I believe, lots of folks on our side of the aisle. And I do think it's unfortunate that that gets lost in a lot of the rhetoric that gets thrown around here. And so I think it's very important, and I appreciate your comments. I appreciate the two gentlemen from Michigan being here. I think that we wish you well, both of you, and we'll ask that you be allowed to leave, and we'll bring in the next folks.
Thank you.
I think you've been through the mill tonight, and I'd like to really see us look at whether or not we want to put in some rules in the Rules Committee on language and words being used here, similar to what we use on the floor in the future, in terms of people having their words taken down, partly as a result of this hearing tonight. I will be careful what I wish for. Thank you.
Yeah, you want to go in the middle? Is that? What is that? Is my chair sitting down? You're good.
I think, given the protocol, Mr. Mulvaney, you are recognized first.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for having us. How y'all do this, I have no idea, but God bless you. Just got a note from my staff.
We want combat pay.
Yep. I just got a note from my staff saying how grateful they were that we're not on this committee. So I want to thank the committee in advance, Madam Chairwoman, for considering this amendment. We understand that we were not able to meet the original time deadline, and that the chairman was gracious enough to allow this amendment to be considered because of a delay at Legislative Council. The amendment is fairly simple. As y'all,
Madam Chair, can I just ask for a point of clarification? Was there a deadline for amendments on this stuff? I didn't know of any deadline.
No,
Okay.
there was.
Okay. So you met the deadline.
I must have had. Well, thank you anyway for considering it, Mr. McGovern. Again, as we sit here and we go through
possible ideas on how to avoid the fiscal cliff. It occurred to some of us that work had already been done on that, and you all have heard discussion about it here over the course of the last 3 hours. Most specifically, several months ago, with H.R. 8, Republicans passed a bill that would extend the tax rates at their current level for everyone. We didn't get a lot of press at the time. I think Mr. Woodall's point was well made, which is it was the right time to do it, several months before the deadline was upon our families and our businesses, and we did that. Also occurred to us at the same time as we were going through the history of the last year that there was a bipartisan effort, garnered, I think, all but one Republican vote and 19 Democrat votes, to replace the sequester with a different set of cuts. It struck some of us, my colleague from Ohio and my colleague from Louisiana, amongst others, that this made a fairly powerful combination of elements. That if you took the plan that the House passed in H.R. 8 to extend the tax rates on everybody and combined it with the bipartisan effort to replace the sequester cuts, that it allowed us a method for avoiding the fiscal cliff that avoided raising taxes on anyone and also replaced the sequester with what many folks believed to be a better plan. That's what this amendment is, Madam Chairwoman. It is a simple combination of H.R. 8, which has already passed this House, and H.R. 5652, which has already passed this House, with the following important changes. The only change to H.R. 8 is that instead of extending the rates for a year, as the bill originally did, we have proposed in this amendment to extend them permanently. I hear arguments from both sides about clarity, knowing what the future holds, and it seems like another one-year extension may not be the ideal proposal. The only other difference is that the change from H.R. 5652 does not include the flood insurance provision, as that's been dealt with separately. That's it. That's what the amendment is. And as Mr. Dreyer has told me several times I've been here before, less is always more with the amendments, so I'll stop and shut up and let my colleagues speak. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, and let me thank the chair and the committee for entertaining our amendment. And I'll just be real brief as well. I think Mr. Hastings earlier, and he stepped out of the room, but he said there's in the bill in front of you, Plan B, so to speak, there is no replacement for the sequester, and there's a concern about no bipartisanship here. I would say this bill is both. There is a replacement for the sequester, and we've had this alphabet. We've had Plan A, which we don't exactly know what is Plan B, which may turn into Plan C, and the whole alphabet here. What we do know is one thing: there is one bill that has passed the House of Representatives, only one bill that has passed either body which has bipartisan support, and that's what we offer in this amendment. Bipartisan support for extending all the tax rates. That has passed the House of Representatives. No bill has passed any bipartisan support in the Senate dealing with the tax issue. No other bill in the House has done that. No proposal in front of us is anticipated to do that. This is the only one. So Mr. Woodall earlier said, is there anything does our amendment add to the discussion? He was referring to another. I think our amendment does add to the discussion because it's the only one that has bipartisan support that's passed either the House or the Senate. And that's why we bring it in front of you. We think it makes sense, and it's the kind of thing that will promote economic growth, which we all know is needed in our country today. And with that, I yield back.
I too want to thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to thank the Rules Committee for entertaining this amendment. I hope it would be made in order, and really want to go back to the beginning of this whole process that got us to what we're facing in the next 2 weeks, and what so many families, all hardworking taxpayers across the country, are concerned about with the fiscal cliff. We don't have to be at this point, and I do think it is important to note that when you look at what the President campaigned on, there's a lot of talks about mandates, and of course we were reelected to stay the majority of the House, but the President campaigned on a very important promise that he would work across the aisle on bipartisan solutions. I think it's something all of us support, something that all of us know we can achieve. And I think when you go back to the original bill, the premise of this amendment that we bring forward, it is a bill and an idea that's already been hashed out, fleshed out, and voted on by the House with a bipartisan vote, strong bipartisan vote. 19 Democrats voted for the bill, and all but one Republican voted for the bill in its original concept. And as Mr. Mulvaney talked about, there's one variation, but the essence of it is that no American should have their taxes go up. And if that was so important back in August that it passed with such a strong bipartisan vote, I think it's even more important today because the uncertainty in our economy that's holding the economy back. You know, President Obama said back in 2009, if you increase taxes on anybody in a bad economy, it can make things worse. I think most people would recognize we're still in a bad economy. Why would we want to be doing something that's going to make it worse? When you look at what this bill will achieve, it, number one, achieves certainty. It's the most important thing that people are looking for, is certainty and insurance that no one's taxes will go up. And that's what gets you, as Mr. Jordan said, to economic growth. You want to generate revenue. You want to bring revenue into Washington, D.C. You get the economy moving again. You know, when these rates first were put in place in 2003, I think it's important to note, go back and look, the first 3 years after these tax cuts were put in place, federal revenue to the Treasury, money coming into Washington, D.C., grew by 40%. We made 40% more money was taken into Washington by cutting taxes at these levels. That's because you had economic growth. If we put that back in place, remove the uncertainty, and make sure that our small business owners, hardworking taxpayers, don't face these tax increases, I think we can achieve the same economic growth, if not more, because these would be permanent, and you wouldn't have to worry about what would happen in some future Congress. So appreciate it if you would consider and pass this amendment out, and thanks again for your time.
Well, first of all, I thank you for coming before the committee, you know, and I have a great deal of respect for all three of you. I don't agree with the proposal that you have put forward, but nonetheless, I think it's a serious attempt to kind of deal with a very, very serious issue that we're all faced with. You know, I would like to think, you know, I wish I had the power to be able to say that your amendment will be in order, but as you know, we're in the minority. The majority, which is your party, is in control of this Rules Committee. And so there's no reason at all that the majority can't make an amendment in order, and I would hope that they would. I mean, I think, you know, I think people ought to have their amendments made in order, especially on something like this, and especially since the fact we're kind of rushing to something here that I'm not quite sure anybody knows what we're doing. You know, and the fact, and maybe you have I don't know whether or not this magical mystery bill that has just been introduced, which staff are now reading, whether or not it addresses your concerns, or whether you have any idea what's in this bill that's been introduced that I'm told is going to be attached to the rule later tonight. Does that accomplish the same things that you're trying to do, or is it different? Or
Did I know?
Yeah. Which is one of the reasons why I think it's important when you have a Rules Committee meeting on a rule on legislation to be brought to the floor. We ought to know what the legislation is, because otherwise we don't know what we're talking about here. And I don't know whether or not that bill that has just been dropped addresses your issues or not. But again, I would just say that you know, I have high respect for all three of you. You're serious people. We have a difference of opinion philosophically on how we should approach this. But you know, your party's in charge, and they decide whether or not it's made in order. So I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also have a great deal of respect from all three of you, for all three of you gentlemen, and we don't have a philosophical disagreement about how to solve these challenges.
You got one vote then.
My understanding is, and candidly, it surprised me. You know, we've been working so hard to find a deal, and then folks said, well, let's just slow down and do something simple. So we brought this simple tax bill in here today, and then the call from my colleague from Florida, from my colleague from Colorado, from my colleague from Michigan has all been, where's the spending cut? And where's the spending? Why can't we combine some of these things together? And it's a fair question. That's a fair question. We've been the entire 2 years that I've been here, we've been working on spending cuts, and this is an outlier of a piece of legislation that is so simple in what it does. It just handles the tax side, doesn't deal with the spending. My great hope is the mystery piece of legislation to which my friend referred is going to solve exactly the problem that you gentlemen have identified, and that my friend from Michigan identified, my friend from Colorado identified, my friend from Florida identified. Tell me this, though, and I go back and I look at that sequester replacement legislation that you're talking about, and I remember we struggled with that at the time because it had some year one cost to it, putting off the sequester, and a little year two cost. Though I know over the window, in fact, I think it only took 4 years. It began to save even more money, and over the 10-year window, it saved even more, and over the longer term, it saved even more. Are you comfortable with that? You have confidence in that math that this over the long term, over the window we're talking about here is going to yield more deficit.
I think everybody in this room voted for it.
Indeed.
So I think that if that's a vote of confidence, I think that's the answer to your question. I think you're right. I think because we did struggle with it before, but I think if you look at it over the term of the window, I think it was roughly the $239 billion worth of additional savings over the sequester.
So as we talk about folks in the business community, families needing certainty, both your tax changes and your sequester replacement changes become permanent law. You're not. This isn't 1 year spending gimmicks. This is a change to permanent law.
Under H.R. 8, under our version of H.R. 8 as modified, is that we've made the tax rates permanent. Many of the other tax provisions, as they were in H.R. 8, are still only 1 year extensions in this particular amendment. So again, the primary change between H.R. 8 as it passed and it's represented here today in amendment form is that we took the rates and made them permanent. But other things such as the AMT patch, the death tax extension were temporary. We tried to keep the amendment as close as possible to H.R. 8 while still solving the permanent tax rate issue because it's obviously getting all the attention.
Permanent tax rates for all American taxpayers.
The government takes enough from everybody.
I thank the gentleman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Nugent? I apologize.
Thank you.
Mr. Hastings, well, okay. Mr. Poles.
Thank you. I'll yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts for a moment.
No, I just, in an effort to keep members updated on what's going on, because we're not getting a lot of help from the majority here, we're trying to go through this new bill that's been introduced. All I can tell you is that it has jurisdictions that fall under 7 or 8 different committees. They're trying to figure out, what the committees are. There's some health care provisions there. I don't know whether they repeal health care, keep health care, expand. We have no idea. I just want to make one point here. We have been doing not much of anything for several weeks. This would have been an opportunity to have a real debate on some of these issues. I mean, to talk, to have the committees do their work, to have debates on the House floor, to do what we're supposed to do and deliberate. I'm proud to be a member of the Rules Committee, and it seems more and more the case that the Rules Committee is a place where everything is written and put together. That's a nice committee to be on. But I also have great respect for the committee process, and I have great respect for debate, which seems to be greatly diminished during this very, very important time. And so I don't know whether this new bill that's been dropped in addresses any of your concerns or not, or some of them are not. But let's just say this: it's 5 of 9. Most members have left a long time ago. They'll come in tomorrow morning and all of a sudden be told we're voting on a bunch of stuff that they have no idea what the implications are. It is not the way. I don't care whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, or liberal or conservative. This is not the way on something like this, where we're trying to get compromise and we're trying to find ways to find compromise. This is not the way to do this. This is not the way to do it. Thank the gentleman for his time.
Would the gentleman yield for just one moment?
I think I'll yield on my time. I think he yielded back to me, so
I
yield to the gentleman from Georgia.
I would just say to my friend from Massachusetts that there has been a call from almost every Democrat who has been in this room tonight to add spending cuts to what we're doing. And I welcome that call, because traditionally it's these three gentlemen who are out there calling for spending cuts and are
We're claiming in every proposal the President has advanced, there are spending cuts and there are savings from entitlements in every single proposal the President has advanced. Now, The only proposal that's not in is this Republican millionaires tax. There's not a penny in saving in spending cuts there.
If the gentleman,
I'll yield again to the
I
gentleman from Georgia.
didn't mean to be pejorative, and I realize it came out that way. I was only going to ask the question. We have limited time left in this year, and I recognize that when we get the big deal, whatever that deal is, they're working at the White House. It's going to come, and we're going to vote on it hours later. I just asked my
And I should
friend.
point that this House, and in different forms, some of us have voted for and against, I'm sure, all these different bills. We have already made close to, what's the dollar figure of cuts? I think, is it? A trillion, close to $1 trillion in cuts. That's on the operational side. So that is well underway. I want to, compliment this amendment at least, and then I'll ask a question about it, but at least this is something that clearly has a base of support in this House, in this body. It's not in the different components. It's not something that I voted for, but it makes a lot more sense to where this House is than this other proposal, which doesn't have any logical base of support. This millionaires tax in isolation that Democrats don't seem to support, Republicans didn't seem to support until they all want to support it, maybe, or we'll see tomorrow. But it's not something that seems to be philosophically consistent with what either party wants, and that's why it seemed like a bizarre last-minute thing. Whereas this amendment is based on what the House has already done. My question, though, to the three gentlemen who've appeared before us is, what happens under your amendment to the deficit and the debt over a 10-year period?
Well, the sequester is replaced, not suspended. I mean, that's important. I've said for 2 months, the only thing worse than defense cuts are no cuts at all. So we replaced that. So you get the savings from that. And as my colleague very, I think, eloquently pointed out, when you provide the certainty that taxes aren't going to be changing every year, every 2 years, Plan A, Plan B, Plan Z, whatever that is, when you provide that certainty, that is conducive to promoting economic growth, which will generate revenue over the long haul. So that is why we think this is a good plan. And to the discussion that's going on, you're both right. Look, this is a plan that deals with both. It deals with the tax question in front of us and deals with the spending question that should also be in front of us. And, as we've pointed out several times, and as you pointed out, Mr. Polis, it's a plan that has bipartisan support. Why in the world would we not want to allow the body to put those two together and vote on this tomorrow? That's why we brought it in front of you. We think this makes so much common sense, maybe even Congress could do it.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't support it. I would, on the policy merits, again, I question the way the math is done, and we say, well, it'll balance because of future growth. I mean, I want to see something that, brings debt as a percentage of GDP under control, under the modeling we use here, which whether, CBC and Joint Budget Committee, and I think you acknowledge that yours relies on a more dynamic interpretation. But regardless, it's certainly a more it's certainly a better attempt than a policy that neither side wants that seems to be being brought to the floor. This is something that, as you pointed out, has at least some bipartisan support. Although, again, I want to be clear that I would oppose it. I have in the past. I question the way that the math works in terms of counting on future growth to close the deficit gap. Again, I hope that we can come together around something that, as my colleague Mr. Webster articulated, the dimensions of the issue we face, and whether it's $4 trillion or $7 trillion, or he might have alluded to even a slightly higher figure than that. I'm not sure, but whatever the size of it is that we need to close in terms of the gap, if you will, between revenue and spending. I think we need to find a way that actually does that. And I think if anybody has any degree of intellectual integrity and looks at this standalone bill, there's no way one can conclude that it does that, regardless of what it does and regardless of what game of chess is being played and regardless of what it means. And I don't fully understand the tactics or the strategy, and I don't know if any of us do. But clearly, I don't think anybody even here has advanced the argument that it somehow solves the problem that Mr. Webster alluded to earlier with regard to the gap between revenue and expenditures. And I hope that your amendment is made in order, and I will yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Polis, for yielding back. Mr. Nugent, Mr. Scott, Mr. Webster.
Madam Chair, if I may, before we leave, it sounds like we have at least some support for this being held in order tonight. I'd like to speak to my colleagues on this side of the table for a second. This is our chance to actually be for something. This is our chance to tell people what we stand for. These folks aren't going to vote for this. I think we understand that, although there are 19 of their colleagues who did. In sitting here today for the last 3 hours, what I've heard is it's very unlikely that any members of the other party will vote for the $1 million plan. 19 of them have already voted for parts of this amendment. If we want to show the world and the country what we stand for, and we want to do it with bipartisan support, this is our one and only chance to do that. And I encourage you to consider that when you consider this rule and order. This is our chance to be for something that we believe in, as opposed to either against something or for something that we don't believe in.
Madam Chair, could I just ask a question of the Chair? Do we know if the 3-day rule is going to be in effect, or is that going to be waived?
We will be reporting out a rule, we hope, later tonight, and all members will be receiving the information at that time.
Can I ask, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, if I could, do you anticipate the 3-day rule being waived?
The scheduling is up to the leader, and we will coordinate with the leader.
Thank you, gentlelady.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members, for your time.
That concludes the hearing.
Madam, oh, you want to?
Members are advised that we have added H.R. 6684, the Spending Reduction Act, to our agenda for this evening. This bill is virtually identical to the bill of the same title that the House considered in May, with several updates to reflect the passage of time. We'll meet on this measure when we finish testimony on the, we'll meet on this measure at 9:40 p.m. tonight.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair? It's a question. I mean, I'm going to reiterate the concern I've had all night. Again, this is a new piece of legislation that falls under the jurisdiction of 8 different committees. And you can say all you want that this has been passed and that has been passed, but it is a new piece of legislation. I would just like to ask the acting chair whether or not she thinks that this is a fair process, that this is the way that this place is supposed to be run.
I've made the announcement, Mr. McGovern. We will be back here at 9:40, and you can either support or vote against what we're doing. We've had ample discussion, I think, tonight on the issues that we...
Not on the bill that's just been introduced.
Will the gentlewoman yield? Sure. I thank my friend for yielding. And let me just say that obviously we are trying desperately to ensure that we put into place the kind of package that will ensure that we do not go over the cliff. In answer to the gentleman's question, is this a fair process? We are providing the 1 hour that is in order for consideration of a measure that passed the House in May of this year. And so nothing new in this bill other than our goal of ensuring that we reflect the date change from May to December of this year. It is virtually identical. I went and let me just say that that's why we have this requirement, that you have 1 hour to look at this measure, and I can say that from our staff, the changes that are made are only changes to reflect the change, the shift from May to December of this year.
Would the gentleman yield?
So, happy.
All right, Mr. McGovern has. Well, let me say this. I've had a chance to look at a little bit of it, very little, because it's about 69 pages. But what I see is a great, absolutely decimation of the health care bill. Almost every section in there, rescind all the money that's not spent. Well, I will tell you the biggest outrage that I have seen in my lifetime is taking place here tonight.
Biggest outrage in your lifetime?
When I said this was a hoax, I'm not sure that that is even strong enough. I've been in 3 legislatures now. I have never in my life seen anything to equal this. You got yourself in a
I've been a member
hole.
of
You
this
can't
committee
get
for-
out.
I've seen more.
Nope, you haven't got enough votes, so you're going to throw in all this crazy stuff here that people voted
That
for
passed-
in May.
that passed the
Let me
House.
tell you, yes, it did.
Yes.
A lot of things passed the House. Do away with the health care bill passed the House. Continue the $4 billion a year for the big 5 oil companies. That always passed the House. And I think surely, again, apparently the election meant nothing to any of you. But I know that the people feel better. I think the Speaker right now, his favorability is about 29 for what he's doing with this fiscal cliff that's got everybody hanging by their thumbs. And we're playing this stupid charade. Frankly, I'm ashamed that we're even here tonight. We have no role to play here. We just try to make this thing look like it's regular order, for crying out loud. We know it's not. You know it's not. And I frankly think that the best thing for us to do, and I would like to talk this over with my colleagues, I'm not sure we even want to be here at 9:40, to tell you the truth. I don't know whether, or tomorrow on the floor either. Because what I suspect is you're going to stick the country with this dog, and you're going to take off. And you're going to say to Harry Reid, well, screw you, Harry. You don't want to take up that bill? Well, tough. I mean, this is the way you run the House of Representatives? This whole 2 years, we've watched this absolute outrage of legislative procedure.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. I appreciate
Just one,
it.
you say by interchange, this bill is 100 pages shorter than the one that you previously mentioned. So I mean, again, I assume that means some
No
changes.
difference in technical change.
If the gentleman would yield, would recognize me, I appreciate it. And let me just say that flood insurance was a very important part of that measure. It passed and it proceeded, and for that reason, there was no need to include it in this measure.
Those 100 pages?
We're including the reconciliation package in here, so that's the difference. The changes made are to reflect the shift from May of this year to December of this year.
I'll just say one final thing, Mr. Dreyer, and that is that you claim to be generous by giving us an hour notice with this new language.
Well, I don't claim to be generous. I'm simply complying with the rules of the House.
What about the rest of the members of this House that are going to, find out tomorrow morning that there's a whole new package on the table?
That they debated and voted on in May of this year. I mean, I don't know if you find some
you can
differences.
defend this process all you want. This is not the way this place should be run.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The committee will reconvene at 9:40.
The Rules Committee will reconvene. We're here for further consideration of the Armed Services and Ways and Means Committee measures before us. The Chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Dallas.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant a rule providing for consideration of the conference report to accompanying H.R. 4310, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2013. Rule waives all points of order against the conference report and against its consideration. Rule provides the conference report shall be considered as read. Finally, rule provides that the previous question shall be considered as ordered without intervening motion, except 1 hour debate with one motion to recommit if applicable.
You've heard the motion of the gentleman. Any discussion or amendment? This is the standard rule for consideration of a conference report. And if not, the vote occurs in the gentleman's motion. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. And this will be managed for the majority. The conference report will be managed by Mr. Bishop. And we don't know who will be managing for the minority. They will be able to make that determination. And the Chair will be in receipt of a second motion.
Mr. Chair, I move the committee grant a rule providing for consideration of the Senate Amendment to H.J. Res. 66, approving the renewal of import restrictions contained in the Burmese Freedom and Democracy Act of 2003. The rule makes an order of motion by the Chair of the Committee on Ways and Means that the House concur in the Senate amendment with the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report accompanying the resolution. Rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion. The rule provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The rule provides 1 hour of debate on the motion equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 6684, the Spending Reduction Act of 2012, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and minority leader of their respective designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the bill shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. Finally, the rule provides one motion to recommit.
You've heard the motion of the gentleman. Let me provide a little explanation. We've obviously gone through a rather dramatic exchange earlier, and I'd just like to make a couple of comments, if I might. First of all, it's very clear what the tax bill consists of. That has been outlined. We have discussed it. That measure has been online, was made available last night, and so it is out there. And again, we had a very good hearing with the Chair and Ranking Member of the Ways and Means Committee on that. It is true that we are to address the issue of spending, which has been raised by many of our members, and frankly, both Democrats and Republicans alike have said that they believe it important that we address this spending issue. And it is true that we are adding that. The notion that this is somehow something new is absolutely preposterous. This was passed by the House, and this is virtually identical language to what was passed by the House. Obviously, the flood insurance measure moved ahead, and so that is not included in this measure, and changes are made to reflect the alteration from last spring to December of this month. And we have provided, there's been a bipartisan agreement over the years to have a 1 hour allowance, and that's the reason that when Ms. Fox, and thank you very much for presiding over the hearing while Mr. Sessions and I were meeting in the other room, we have provided the standard 1 hour for the minority to have an opportunity to see this. Again, this is nothing new. Now, I will say that the last thing that we heard before we recessed the committee was that this was the most outrageous thing seen ever. And I think it's important for me to note that I sat in this chair at 3 o'clock one morning, and without 1 minute's notice, I had a 300-page amendment dropped in my lap to the cap and trade bill. Now, 2 wrongs don't make a right, but this is not wrong. We are complying with the rules of the House. We are literally 12 days, almost 11 days before we go over the fiscal cliff, and we are in full compliance, and we are agreeing to the bipartisan pattern of ensuring that the minority has an opportunity to see this measure, which again has passed the House. And so I will say for that reason, it's really, really hard for me to see the kind of outrage that is taking place. We all want to make this happen. This is a decision that clearly has been made by the Speaker of the House to move ahead and do everything that we possibly can to ensure that we don't go over the fiscal cliff, that we put into place pro-growth economic policies, reduce the size and scope and reach of government, and keep the tax burden low on working Americans. That's our mission. That is our goal. And we believe that the structure that we put into place will make that happen. And so before we go to a vote on this measure, I'd like to call on Mr. Scott, who I know wanted to offer some comments to the committee. This is not, I will say that this is not your last Rules Committee meeting, Mr. Scott, because you're still going to be a member of this Rules Committee going into next week when I'm certain we will likely have to meet. But this is the first opportunity that we've had to, as a committee, formally express, as most all of us have, congratulations to you. We knew that you were going to go to the Ways and Means Committee. I didn't know that you wanted to get even further away from the Rules Committee, which is obviously what is going to happen. But we're very, very proud, as a committee and as members, that you, having comported yourself in the way that you have over the 2 years that you've served as a member of this committee and the member of the House of Representatives, are now going to have the opportunity to represent South Carolina in the United States Senate. And I cannot tell you what a proud moment this is for me as chairman of this committee and for, I know, all the members of this committee. So let me applaud you and recognize you.
Thank you, sir. Really no need to belabor the point at this late hour, having an opportunity right after Christmas to give my final farewell. It will be almost as long as my longest speech in Rules. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, we look forward to it. And let me just say that you don't have what it takes to be a United States Senator from what I have seen so far. That kind of brevity is not tolerated in the United States Senate. And so I have a sneaking suspicion that while you've guaranteed that you're going to return phone calls, you don't need to return them from any former members, I will tell you that. I won't call you, but I will say this, that I do believe that the experience that you gained here will be very helpful to you, and I'll say that we'll look forward to it. And think long and hard about that great speech that you're going to give us here in the Rules Committee next week, because we're looking for a stellar Senate-like performance from you. I'm happy to recognize the next chairman of the House Rules Committee, my friend, Mr. Sessions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I know it is late, but words of accomplishment and pride also need to be said. A couple weeks ago, I had an opportunity to attend the White House Christmas party, and President and Mrs. Obama invited Republicans and members down, and Tim Scott, our congressman, showed up with his mother. And it was one of the most touching things I had seen. His mother has enormous pride in what her son has done, and I spoke with her for a few minutes and expressed a view from leadership, of which Tim does sit in, our Republican leadership, of how awesome he is and how balanced and what a difference he has made to us. And it is amazing to see a young man come and make his mark, be universally not only admired by his colleagues, but even those that were in competition against him for the job all said it really belongs to one person, because he would be the best representative of all of us from the great state of South Carolina. Being a Texan, I must admit I wish you were a Texan also. But I wanted to let you know that your mom, if she were here tonight, would be crying with the words of accolade and support for you, and I wanted to offer the same from my wife, Karen, and myself.
The vote occurs on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, unless anybody wants to respond. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Paying the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I will be managing this for the majority, and the minority, will certainly obviously have their customary 30 minutes for debate on the House floor. Thank you all very much. Thanks for your patience. And without objection, the committee stands adjourned.